I think the live stream fucking's working today.
Oh yeah,
I think so.
the NFL's gonna let it happen.
Well, as long as we don't play like music, probably. We'll see. Let me go with a. Let me just get right into a
Let's do
share
it. Let's
on
do it.
this.
We're moments from kickoff.
There was a little bit of a delay. Did you see that? Like a 10-minute delay in the game.
Oh no, I didn't. They must have
Yeah,
known I was running late, like always.
but I think we're under. Well, actually, it worked out good. I think we're still on under 10 minutes now. All right, Wildcard weekend. Packers
Man,
Philly.
Aaron Andrews looking nice in this snowsuit. It suits her well.
Down doggy. Easy, easy boy. Not bad in the eyes, I guess. All right, let's get right into some bold predictions before kickoff here. They're doing the introduction right now. I think we're going to win the time of possession battle today. We're going to ground and pound best we can, do some play action, but we're gonna win time possession battle.
I mean, we win time of possession. That probably means we win in the trenches.
Yep, it's gonna be something to keep an eye on today. Goes hand in hand with yours. Josh Jacobs getting 30 plus touches today.
Yeah, I don't
This
think
is
it'll all
Josh
be
Jacobs.
carries. I think some of it will be catches, but dude, he's the horse we rode all year. That like now is the time to just put the team on Josh Jacobs' back.
This is his first playoff game he's ever played in his career,
That
and
is
he also
wild.
and he said that this is the reason he signed Green Bay. He wants to play in playoff football. He says playoffs are where you build your legacy, not the regular season. So, Josh Jacobs' legacy game incoming. Let's hope so.
Dude, he's coming into this game. He scored a touchdown in 8 straight games. He's on fire.
Yeah, I think Tucker Craft emerges today as like takes that next tier up going into next year. I think he emerges as superstar tight end today. Guy
Bro,
does it all.
if LaFleur built the game plan around Tucker Craft, he would already be a superstar. Like it's all there. The only thing missing is opportunity because we ask him to block so much. This guy is waiting for a breakout game.
This is bold. I'm not saying that he might get to this level, but he is in the same mold as George Kittle and Rob Gronkowski to me. Like he can
Yeah, dude, I
block.
think
He
he's
has
faster. I think he's
yeah.
faster than both.
The
He's
guy
not
can
quite
do
as much of a high pointer as Gronk, but he's good in the open field.
bolder for you. X has an end zone interception. He does have Hurts's number over the last few games, and he did have an interception in week one
Hmm.
early in
Hmm.
that game too. So hey, uh, a turnover or two by his defense go a long way for us today. Boldest prediction scenario prediction. Under 2 minutes go. Green Bay's going to be up by 3 points or less. Philly's going to be in a 4th and 26, and we're going to stop them this time around.
I I would ejaculate on camera if this happens. Like I 4th and 26 was actually probably my first like
Heartbreak.
yeah, it
Oh,
was my real first heartbreak as a Packers fan because I mean the Broncos Super Bowl, I was just getting into the Packers then, but dude, 4th and 26 is seared into my memory. I don't think
I
it's
do.
as bad as the Seattle onside kick, but it's right up there.
I do remember Michael Vick running all over us like a year or two before that, the Eagle game. But in terms of like just like a shock value that like happened quick,
Yeah.
that's seared in my brain as
Dude,
well.
I remember Carolina went to the Super Bowl that year.
Mhm.
Um, and John Fox, like he told his team before the Packers game even ended, he's like, Packers are winning this. Let's start preparing for them.
Yeah, yeah. Mike Vick had something to say about that. Your bowl is Edgerrin Cooper. Breakout game for him. Has a sack, forces two turnovers, and leads the team in tackling. Uh, we didn't really. Cooper only played, I think, 14 snaps in week one. Um, he's a full time starter for us now.
Yeah, and actually I'm curious. I have not seen the most up to date injury report. Is Quay Walker gonna be in today?
Yes, he is.
Dude,
Everyone's
this will be
healthy
the
today.
first time we've seen like
Yeah.
Quay and Cooper together, like since Cooper really took on a full time role.
My
That
only
could be big.
concern is Quay has no time to shake off any rust. He's been out for like a month. Those two have not played much football together on field at the same time. But those two, and Isaiah McDuffie are the starters for the base defense today.
Yeah.
We're gonna have Javon Bullard as the slot. Carrington Valentine and Nixon will be our outside corners, and Williams and X will be on the back end today.
So this is the healthiest we've been on defense in kind of in half a season. But yeah, man, Edge Cooper, like obviously that bold prediction is extremely bold. You're talking 2 turnovers, a sack, lead the team tackles. I don't know that it comes true, but like I think a big theme for me today, also you'll see when we get to my key matchups, I tried to focus on guys who I think can take another step. And Edge Cooper might have the most potential on this team as a guy who can take another step and just break out.
We're gonna need a couple guys to step up who have not stepped up this year if we want to make a run. I'm bringing back some keys to the game for this since the playoff matchup. I got quite a few, so I will just kind of power through them so we can get to the key matchups. I think LaFleur needs to be decisive all game long. No hesitating on calls. Communication needs to be on point. He's done this too many times throughout his career. He kind of waffles, and he can be aggressive, but then he goes back and he's nonchalant in other plays. Like he needs to be on point today.
Dude, he's been sloppy the past 2 games. I hope he took that to heart and is razor edge sharp today.
This has been a problem for us all year long too, because we're a young team, but we need to be disciplined. No stupid penalties that put us in a hole. No false starts. No ineligible man downfield. Just those things that get us into
offsides. So many offsides recently. Inexcusable penalty.
We cannot have that today if we want to win. Get an early lead and keep the game close, I think. Coming out, we far too often lately we've been playing from behind, playing in a hole, and we've been catching up and we get back into the game, but you're not going to win playoff football that way. We got to get out to an early lead and then sustain it. Get Love into a rhythm early and have him make throws in a schedule. No stupid back foot throws. I went back and watched some of our other games early on those first couple of drives. He's doing monkey throws left and right. He's pretending he's fucking an 11-year-old's birthday party after 9 fucking beers, thinking he's fucking vintage Brett Favre, just throwing piss missiles all over the place. He's like, that's not his game. He needs to. Tom Clements, hopefully this week, got him simmered down. We got to get him into like the 3 and 5 step.
I mean, honestly, that could be like the biggest key. It just like I look back at this whole season. And, last season he finished the year literally at an MVP level. Like no one was playing as well as him at the end of the year. And this year, like the 3-step drop, throw on time in rhythm, that just has not existed in the offense this year. I would love for it to make an appearance here because I hate this, like, let's dance around, try to get 15, 20 yards down the field.
And we're playing the Vic Fangio defense, so he's going to try to put a top on things. He's going to do the cover 2. He's going to play zone all game long. There's going to be holes in the zone. He's just going to have to pick apart this. All right, we're about to get kickoff here in a second. Looks like we got the ball. Our receivers need to do short crossing routes and set natural picks. Manufacture separation instead of relying on them to get it downfield. This is kind of like a LaFleur thing too, though. Like let's do some crossing routes. Let's.
Yeah. I want to see a guy schemed wide open. Haven't seen it enough this year.
Tucker Kraft needs to be heavily involved today and control time of possession, get short down distances, and Josh Jacobs needs to cook. All right. Cody, that fucking ball came out on kickoff already.
You're ahead of me.
Cody, we just fucking lost the ball on a kickoff return. They just motioned Philly ball. Wow, Cody. Fuck this game already.
Bro, I don't even know why we're returning kicks out of the end zone. Like, the chance for something to go wrong.
Back, but then they fucking fight for it on the ground, it looks like, and get it. Kayshawn Nixon picks it back up again. We got that ball. Challenge it.
Yeah, he got
Challenge
level.
it, LaFleur.
That's helmet to helmet. That is a clear helmet to helmet. That should be a penalty.
That was Oren Burks, former Packer, that fucking made the hit too.
And yeah, actually, I would challenge this. That is in Nixon's hands. The
Yeah,
replay
he got it
shows
back.
it. LaFleur, fucking gross and balls, challenge this.
We get that ball back.
Dude, I mean, one, it's a helmet to helmet. It's an obvious helmet to helmet. Should be flagged.
Okay,
Two, I think there's an excellent replay angle of Nixon recovering this ball.
And then he's touched. He's touched with the ball in his hand.
Mm-hmm. This should be challenged.
I think since it's a turnover, they're reviewing it without a challenge.
I mean, regardless of what happens here, I don't think it's worth the risk to take kicks out in the way the league is set up these days.
I'm listening to this on.
I mean, that's crazy awareness for Nixon to just get blasted like that, and then immediately, no hesitation, he reaches back for that ball.
This is not good if this is Philly ball already, Cody. Here's the call. Yep, it stands. It's fucking Philly ball.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Stands.
All right, so it's clear we're also going to have to beat the refs today. Because that was pretty obvious to me that Nixon recovered and maintained possession.
Cool.
Not to mention the fucking helmet to helmet.
Good start, Cody. It's a turnover on the first play of the game is so Philly gets the ball to start the game and Philly gets the ball after the half now. We have to overcome that. And they're in field goal range already.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you before kickoff, like, if we won, would you take it or
I
defer?
was going to defer.
I also wanted to defer. We've been taking it a lot lately, and it hasn't worked out. And here we are again.
Saquon Barkley. How far behind are you? I just saw first down play.
I got 8 on the play clock.
Okay,
I'm seeing the handoff now. Barkley, well blocked, spin. That's 15 yards down to like the 13.
Are we going to get blown out today?
Hey, man. Think back to that 2007. 2007, I believe, is a wild card game against Seattle. Ryan Grant fumbled, like first play, second play, something like that.
He fumbled again.
He turned around to have a 200-yard game, and we blew Seattle out.
Didn't he have 2 fumbles in that game, or was it just 1?
You might be right. It might be 2, but I know he fumbled like almost immediately.
Well, hey, earlier today, the Broncos went down and scored on the very first drive, and then they were just like they couldn't get anything going the rest of the game. Now I think the Philly offense is a lot better than that, but
yeah. Well, I will say
the field goal here would be nice though.
Yeah. So first down, they try to run Barkley up the gut, and it's a 1-yard gain. Cooper and I think McDuffie were in on the tackle
all day.
It's 2nd and 9. Hurts in the shotgun.
All day, no pressure.
No, oh my God, dude, where is the interior pressure there? Like he had 8 yards of cushion.
All right. Keys to the game on defense. Oh, by the way, my last one. Go figure. No turnovers. Look at that. I even put it in all bolds. No turnovers. And we turned the ball over.
Bro, this fucking replay, Kenny Clark is moving at like quarter speed. Like it doesn't even look like practice speed. He's no effort out there.
On defense, we need to stop the run and force Hurts to stay in the pocket and throw. Well, he stayed in the pocket that time and fucking dissected us. Pass rush needs to get home and get constant pressure, but linebackers also need to fill gaps when Hurts moves up to run. We did not get constant pressure on that one, led to a touchdown. We need sticky coverage. I also was gonna be of the mind that we need to be holding a lot, grabbing them. Like I would be okay with taking a few holding calls because it's only a 5-yard penalty and you might get it early on, but the refs are not going to call that all game long. That's the way the Detroit Lions play.
Yeah.
And like how they're coached. It's what they did against Minnesota, and they completely stifled the Minnesota offense.
And I think against a guy like KJ Brown, you got to be physical.
Yeah, like just hold them, be sticky. Who cares early in the game? Players need to be gap assignment sound. Barkley will kill us if we not. That's the tough thing about Barkley is you can contain him all game, like 10 carries, 15 carries, 20 carries, and you can just be so sound and with your gaps. But all it takes is one blown gap assignment, and this dude's off for an 80-yard touchdown. Like it's so hard to be gap assignment sound for 4 quarters every single down, but that's what we're going to need to do. Let's move into your key matchups before anything else here. Rasheed Walker and Nolan Smith Jr.
Yeah, so looking at the Philly front seven, they got a pretty elite front seven. You got Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis in the middle. And then you got Zach Bond has had an all-pro year at inside linebacker. I'm looking at their line, and the one matchup I noticed is Nolan Smith Jr. is about 245. I think if we run to the left and try to get big man Rasheed Walker to dominate that matchup, that's probably our best bet. And my next matchup also plays into that. So Sean Ryan, the first guy he's got to beat is going to be Jalen Carter. Now that said, the past 4 to 6 weeks, we've actually really kind of shifted our offense where we used to have Josh Myers moving up to the second level a lot. We've shifted it to Sean Ryan. He's very good in space, and we've been keeping Myers back. So if we can run some counters and use Carter's speed against him, get Sean Ryan to the second level so he can level Bond. Once again, running the counter, so we're actually moving to the left. Sean Ryan's coming from the right to the second level. I think that'll be a key matchup.
I would agree with that one. Devontae Wyatt versus Landon Dickerson.
I think he's going to have one-on-ones. I think they're going to try to double Kenny Clark, and Wyatt's got to step up. Landon Dickerson is a great offensive lineman. We need Wyatt to – he's shown flashes. We need him to just be on this game.
All right, Nixon's going to take this one out again. I was hoping for a kick return touchdown to – he does get a flag, might be a horse collar tackle.
I still can't believe the refs fucking reviewed that fumble and let it stand.
So we got Brad Allen for a referee crew today. I sent you a little something earlier. I don't know if you read it or not. This is the guy who's responsible for like 3 blown calls against holding on Green Bay. It's on us. All right. Cool. We're playing the refs and Philly today.
We really are, man.
Key matchup 4, Evan Williams versus Dallas Goedert.
Yeah, I think in this case, I expect Hafley to shade a lot of coverage to the perimeter to help Valentine and Nixon, and he's going to open up the middle. That's what he's been doing for the last 2 months. So Philly will have a chance to feed guys like Goddard. Williams needs to win that matchup.
Key matchup 5, Tucker Kraft versus the world.
Hey, man. He's got to block guys. He's got to catch. He's got to make guys miss. Like, Tucker Kraft is an untapped part of our offense. I want to see him break out today. All right, I'm watching 1st and 10. Loving the shotgun.
Go, you watch this first down play.
Fire. Oh, my God. All right, so Love already off target. We're lucky that wasn't intercepted.
Oh my God!
That was a 2 for there. Love throws a high ball off target, and Wicks manages to touch it, but oh no, he just misses it. I thought Wicks dropped
It was
it
a
again.
it was a fucking high ball, Cody. He had no chance of catching that. What a
Dude,
fucking
I don't know
perilous
why is
throw.
Jordan Love so fucking booty cheeks at the start of games.
Dude,
2nd and 10 now in the
all right.
shotgun. Are we gonna just pass 3 times here and punt the ball? Like, okay, we run with Jacobs, 2 yards. Zach Tom did not get a good block on that.
Yeah, we got like a 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8. All right, we're gonna come out with 5 wide receiver set. We do got Jacobs out there lined up as a wide receiver though.
Bro, that holding penalty on the kickoff backed us up so much. Like, this is huge for field position if we don't convert here.
Cody, this is gonna be a bad game. This is not looking good. Eesh.
What?
I got like hopeful. I was like, oh shit, he fucking broke contain. He's like, he got out of the pocket. Here we go, find someone downfield. And he just like throws it out of bounds like 40 yards down the field.
Yeah, that was a weird throwaway because usually if you're doing a throwaway, you're just taking it straight to the sideline, no chance. He keeps it in the field of play, but just like fires to where nobody is. Like, I Love is rattled right now, man. He is not thinking well. He is not thinking well.
It's a good hit on Bo Melton with a good hit on Cooper DeJean, the punt returner. All right. I did a secret key matchup number 6 for you, by the way.
That is a good hit by Bo Melton. I just saw that now. Stops Cooper dead in his tracks. They'll be taking over at their own 45.
My bonus key matchup that I added on today was TJ Slayton versus Saquon Barkley. TJ Slayton, I think that if he was questionable to play today, if he did not play, he is our only fucking big man up front, and that's why he's a starter. He's been solid in run defense this year. He's a huge reason why our run defense has actually improved significantly this year. He's a pretty critical part to the defensive line. He's going to be huge today in stopping Saquon, at least in the middle. Try to force him to like jump cut outside, and then have to have our linebackers try to like track him down once he gets to the outside. So,
I mean, interesting note here that Slayton's contract is up after this year, and he's not an obvious re-sign. You know, like he is a starter. He's not really a difference maker. This could be his last game in Green Bay. I don't know. Well, hopefully it's not. Hopefully he has a few more weeks to go. But right now, what I'm looking at, Philly taking over at essentially midfield. I'm really worried that we immediately go in a 14-0 hole and LaFleur's balls shrink up and he abandons the run game before we've had one carry.
If we go into a 14-0 hole, teams script their first like 20, 25 plays. You got to assume that. I don't know if LaFleur just throws it out at that point and then he starts going rogue. I'm not saying the game's over if we go down fucking 14-0, but you're playing since week 5. I would say Philly's been arguably the best team in the NFL on a consistent basis. Like they're playing great football.
Yeah,
and they won the last 2 without fucking Jalen Hurts, by the way.
I think if you look at the Philly roster, like top to bottom, you know, they don't have the best player in the NFL, but I think they might have the most talented roster in the NFL when you look at all the blue chip guys they have. And we can go back to week 1. What's that?
They have Pro Bowl players at every category,
every level, yeah. But you can go back to week 1, man. When we podcasted that matchup, and back then I was saying, you know, I think Philly gets the number 1 seed. They came up just short at number 2, but dude, they are an elite team. Make no mistake about it.
Well, something I was really interested to see is how these first couple drives have gone. All Philly's going hurry up on us.
Well, that first down run to Barkley picks up maybe 2 or 3. Kenny Clark actually did a nice job shedding the block to make the tackle. Now, play action. Oh, man. Dude, how do you defend that? That is just a perfectly timed
Well,
hook
that's just
route.
AJ Brown being like he's like the ultimate possession receiver with some like big play potential as well. He's probably the strongest wide receiver in the NFL, I would say.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. It is
Him or
interesting that Philly
DK,
is what?
him or DK, but he's
Yeah,
probably pound
I
for
think
pound
I think
stronger than
AJ
DK.
Brown's better than DK in a number of ways. It is interesting that Philly went hurry up 2 plays in a row. It looks like they've kind of slowed down now, but I wonder if they've saw something on tape that's making them like hurry up in this game. I'm looking at a 2nd and 9.
Communication. They're probably testing our communication with the hurry up.
Okay, that was good coverage on that 2nd and 9. Hurts fires to their second string tight end, picks up maybe 3 yards.
Yeah, we're looking at 3rd and 5. This is big. They're not in field goal range yet. I would, man, I would try to get home to Hurts. We can get this ball back on a punt. Do not let them fucking pick up a first down. Come on, come on, come on,
Dude,
come on, come
after
on.
seeing the
Get
lack of
there. Get
interior
there. Make a good play. Yes, good fucking play, Bullard. Sorry, I know you're not as far as ahead of me, but Bullard makes an open field tackle on fucking Saquon while being blocked.
Okay, so they had Saquon in motion at the snap, design play to him, and yeah, Bullard just makes open field tackle behind the line of scrimmage. Excellent play.
Whew.
Dude, this is where Bullard is at his best. Like when he's at safety, he's actually not been very good. You put him in the slot, and like he's a sure tackler. He covers well enough in the slot. I think he could be our slot starter for years to come. I don't know that he's actually ever going to be a safety for us, which is what
So
we drafted him for.
this is where um this is the difference in our defense this year and last year is we're a much more aggressive, better tackling team. And like
Mm-hmm.
we like to hit
Mm-hmm.
you. So like you look at the draft. I remember Edgerrin Cooper was like the hardest hitting linebacker in the draft. And
Oh man, we were very close. I thought we were going to be taken over at the 1 yard line.
oh,
Thankfully,
he
bounces
kind of
into the
picks
end
that a
zone.
little bit. We went and got Edge Cooper, who's like the hardest hitting linebacker in the draft. Quay Walker for his like inconsistency. He's a good tackling machine. He can hit pretty good. Isaiah McDuffie's just fucking
He's a
like a
truck, man.
yeah, he's like a Matt Milano Jr. kind of for us. Javon Bullard's a hard hitting safety at Georgia, coming out of Georgia. Like Evan Williams can fucking hit you. The dude gets concussions. He hits you so hard.
Oh.
Like
Well, and dude, actually, you can look at Kayshawn Nixon. A lot of people didn't really understand the contract extension we gave him. At the time, he was an All-Pro kick returner and just a backup corner. He's taken on a much bigger. He's probably our best corner this year, and
yeah,
he's. I think maybe he's above average in coverage at best, but his strength is his physicality. He's a good
the
tackler. He's a good blitzer.
the dude got an All Pro vote
Yeah,
this year.
I
Isn't it?
don't know where that came from, but
It's wild. He got an all. So like as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, it's probably for kick return. But even though he's got like 4 kick returns this year and no touchdowns, but no, I like researching. He got an All Pro for kick return and an All Pro for cornerback. They were like 2 different ones. And I was like, no way, there ain't no way he's been playing that fucking good.
yeah, the only guy of ours who actually made an All-Pro team was Xavier McKinney, made second string All-Pro, and
I
I
would
think that's deserved.
I would like. Do we have Valentine on our contract next year?
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, I think we have him for at least 2 more years.
Would you bring back Nixon next year?
He's still under
Maybe.
contract. He signed
Oh,
a
we got
3-year extension. I
three
think
there.
we
Okay.
have him for another 2 years.
I want. Hey, we're getting the ball back here. We're only down 7. I said we need to control time of possession.
Yeah.
Love needs to fucking cool it a little bit. He's frazzled. Give it to Josh Jacobs, bro. Let's just fucking
Yeah.
feed the rock here.
I don't get it, man. It's like Jacobs is the horse we rode all year. Don't outsmart yourself. Just give the ball to your best player.
And we have to do it now because if we get ourselves into a fucking hole, that's less carries for Josh Jacobs in the second half. And he has to fucking get carries in this game.
Yeah. Dude, and even if we do fall behind, that shouldn't mean Jacobs is out of the game. You can still throw the ball to him. LaFleur never likes throwing the ball
Yeah.
to him. I don't get it.
Yeah, I want to see like let's get some fucking bubble screens or something to him and get I just want to get him the ball in space because if I can get him with a linebacker, I like my chances of fucking Jacobs juking or stiff arming a linebacker.
So this was interesting on this first on handoff to Jacobs, picks up about 2 yards. Um, he's actually motioning in from the side, almost similar to a jet sweep kind of thing, but coming behind the quarterback. And we make him shift his momentum to actually take the handoff up the gut.
Elton
Would it not
Jenkins
make
is
more
hurt.
sense to just take that handoff to the edge? Follow Rasheed Walker.
Getting
But
well, we're getting cute, bro. We're getting fucking cute, and we just got Elton Jenkins hurt, and he looks like he's in some fucking pain.
yeah, his arm is
So I'm like, I'm watching him walk off the field right now, and he's like, you're in pain when you like dip your shoulder. His shoulders like dip down like this as he's walking off. Like,
he's not moving his. I don't know if we're seeing him again this game. And you know what? Jordan Morgan is on IR, so that means we are dipping into.
Dillard is inactive today,
I
so we
think we're going to be seeing Jacob Monk maybe, or either him or Kadeem Telfort.
it probably Telfer. I imagine will be out there right now.
Which this is not a defensive line you want to be bringing in backups against. 2nd and 8, loving the shotgun.
Dude, they got fucking Jalen Carter on that defensive line. They're all pro Jalen Carter.
All right, Love fires a bullet, tight coverage. Dobbs brings it in. Going to put us in probably a 3rd and 3.
Yeah, we got 3rd and 2 actually. I'm trying to see who we got out there at left guard. I think you might get a good look at it here.
So this 3rd and 2, this is actually, I think Philly expects us to run here. I would pass here. We have Travis Glover,
You
our
know
either
who
6th or 7th
this
round pick in
this
at
is
left guard.
this is a good spot for fucking Tucker Craft to catch a pass. I feel like.
Yeah. Dude, Philly's playing off coverage. Okay, there we go. Tucker Craft, 1st down. Dude, if they're going to play off coverage like that, I will take those little dump off passes all game long. I know LaFleur and Love hate it, but you can move the ball down the field that way. And that is how you beat a Vic Fangio defense. They will not give up the over the top plays. You have to dink and dunk your way down the field.
So at what point do we get a fucking Jane Reed sweep?
I don't want to see it at all. I want to see a fake where we, make it look like that's what happened and then something else comes off of it.
The only person I feel like should be getting jet sweeps in this offense is actually Christian Watson.
Dude, he fucking blows his hammy every time he does something like that. Isn't that actually, didn't he bruise his knee on a jet sweep and then we put him in the next game and that's when he tore his ACL?
No, he caught it on a pass play that he banged knees with someone.
All right, well, 4-yard gain on 1st down by Josh Jacobs running behind Rasheed Walker. I'm looking at a 2nd and 6, and Love is under center.
I didn't mention this, but I should have put it in the keys. We're gonna have to be like efficient on 3rd down. We gotta convert 3rd downs all game because the game plan I want to see us do is run the ball, get into third and shorts, and then just convert on third downs. We do have Travis Glover in there. You're right. Yep.
Dude, I
Hopefully
think
Elton will
Travis
come back.
Glover, like, I don't think he's got more than 50 snaps all year.
Oh no, probably fucking not.
All right, 3rd and 3 after a Jacobs run, which Jacobs had a nice second effort to pick up more yards. Love is in the shotgun. Sean Ryan got beat, and Love is sacked
By Nolan Smith Jr. He beats Zach Tom. Beats Zach Tom bad.
Was it?
Real bad.
He was beat so bad. I thought it was Sean Ryan. Like he was on the ground.
Nope. Zach Tom like lunges at him and like he's Zach. That's
Oh.
can be. He's fast. Man, Cody, this offense pushing the back.
Zach Tom, our best offensive lineman, cannot be giving up sacks like that. All right, they'll be taking over at the 30.
They're 30, I hope.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Cody, not a good first quarter, dude.
You know, I would really like to see Love more willing to take off running. Hasn't done it much this year. You know, injuries were an excuse early on, but not anymore, man. You got injured in week 1. He's healthy enough now. It's the playoffs. You got a free defensive lineman coming after you. You got to take off for that first down marker. We're talking 3 yards.
Oh man, we need something to sway some momentum because the offense is flat right now. We have no energy really. Like so we need a galvanizing play, something to get some momentum shifted. Like Philly's a tough place to play. And we haven't given them any reason to like shut the fuck up yet. So
Yeah, I mean, we've counterintuitively, you know, leave it to LaFleur to come up with a brain head scratcher of a game plan, but we're going pass first, even though Josh Jacobs is our best player. We haven't had any passes heading for Josh Jacobs, which, like, you would think a screen pass might work well with him. So far, our most successful offensive play was a dump off to Tucker Kraft when they were playing off coverage. I'm not liking what I'm seeing out of the game plan so far.
no, I'm not either. And
And,
we're
and it
probably not
just,
gonna
dude,
get
when
any deep.
that fucking opening kickoff was such bullshit. The replay clearly showed Nixon recovering it. I don't know how they call that a fumble, and it just puts us behind the 8 ball from the very first play of the game.
Yeah, they're showing Barkley's big run now on this first drive here. So they're showing the time he has in the pocket. 5, 6. 6.7 seconds Jalen Hurts had on the touchdown throw. And he still had more because he wasn't even anywhere close to
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I watched Kenny Clark on that play, and like he was making no effort to get to Hurts. Like it really, it looked like less than practice speed. And right now on this 1st and 10, Kenny Clark's not even in the game.
Yeah, I saw that. Neither is TJ Slayton.
And they run. They see the small front and they run, and it's a big fucking run.
And Philly's not having any problems getting the running game going on their end. God damn, Cody. It's been tough to watch so far. Rashawn fucking Gary, dude. Rashawn fucking Gary.
Was he lose contain?
Could have fucking stopped him for a loss. Instead, gives up a big play here. Hit him.
Dude.
You gotta fucking wrap him up, Gary.
So at the end of that Hurts run, which like that was a designed QB keeper there were multiple Packers around him. And, just as he's starting to slide, not a single one of them tries to punch the ball out. Like, why are we not coaching that? You should just be punching right into him.
Oh, this sucks.
Come on. All right. Well,
Just
Evan
got
Williams had a
Barkley's-
nice one-on-one tackle
Yeah.
against Barkley there.
Did you see those two like Barkley got those two Packers basically just run into each other and oh
Yep.
yeah.
Now, right now I'm concerned about it
Barkley's
looks like
out.
we are not containing the edge. Like Barkley is
No.
just getting out there faster than our guys can seal it.
Barkley's out of the game on this play. I'm gonna anticipate a throw. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a fucking screen.
Looks like we're manned up. Yep, you're right. It was a bubble screen to Goddard. Picks up probably 3 yards, 4.
Look, oh, okay, they're going hurry up. Barkley's not coming back into the game yet. 3rd and 3. They're in field goal range. All right, Quay, Cooper. I want to see you guys do something on this. Quay and Cooper, come on.
I'm looking at an audible from Hurts. Handoff, easy first down.
And to was it Gainwell? Kenneth Gainwell?
Yep. Which he's a pretty solid backup running back.
Yeah, Philly's a good team. I can't sit there and tell you that they're not good. They're arguably the most talented team in the league.
All right. Pistol formation on this 1st and 10. Another handoff. 2 yards or so. Looks like, yep, Edge Cooper was first contact there. Dude, we need more guys to play like Edger Cooper. It's kind of embarrassing for a rookie to come in and arguably be your best defensive player. I mean, McKinney's probably the best, but
McKinney's the best, but then after that, for the rookies, like the next two, probably Cooper and then Evan Williams.
Yeah. I'm looking at 2nd and 8. They got a strong formation, Hurts under center. And Hurts fires for a first down. Great.
It's going to be Devonta Smith on Carrington Valentine. Had a one-on-one. Carrington Valentine just got lucky. I mean, I was like, it's a tall task, man. It's hard. They're good. They're better than our corners. They have better receivers on our corners, but they have to play good. 1st and 10. Probably gonna be another run. Okay, I like that play. That one, good call, Jeff Halfley.
Got 8 guys on the line of scrimmage. Yeah, it was an all-out blitz. Forces Hurts to fire the ball quickly, and it's incomplete. That might be what we have to do, man. Like our defensive line's not getting there on their own. We might just have to bring 5 or 6 or even 7.
Our chances of winning this game was low going in. I want to see us just be super aggressive, man. Just go down swinging.
Yeah. Bro, I mean, that blitz right there, that was Jalen Hurts' first incompletion of the game. 2nd and 10, Hurts in the shotgun.
Good. Much better defense. Now we're in a 3rd and 10. Do something. Make sure they do not get into the end zone.
All right, so Gary played nice contain there. Hurts tried to break the pocket and scramble, and Gary kept with him, forces the incomplete pass.
This defense, Cody, is right there. Right there. If we can get a premier pass rush that can just get consistent fucking pressure on QB, this defense is just going next level.
Dude, I mean, for all the flaws this defense has, we actually finished as, I believe, the 5th scoring defense in Hafley's first year. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell
You
yeah.
come with the
Good play.
blitz.
Was that Cooper?
Beautiful.
I think it was Cooper coming up the middle, too.
It was so fast I didn't even see.
Yep, it's Cooper. Good play. Hey, Hafley, thank you. Keep that up.
And
Now,
anytime you can get Edge Cooper coming through on blocks, that's a good thing for us.
all right. I mean, a 10-point first quarter. I mean, only being down 10 points at the end of this first quarter, considering the way we played, man, that's an absolute fucking win for us. We have had I think we have one first down, a turnover, and they've had 3 or 4 possessions already. We have not controlled the time of possession. Josh Jacobs has 5 yards rushing, maybe on like 2 carries. Jordan Love has like 1 or 2 completions.
Yeah, I mean, one way to look at it is we're coming to the close of the first quarter right now, and it's projected to be a 40-0 game if the pace keeps up. But the other way to look at it is, given the positions the defense has been put in, they've done decent so far.
So look at this infographic. So the first 13 games, or the last 5 games, they've scored 55 points in the first quarter alone. We've actually kept them below their average. They start off pretty fucking fast. Hey,
Yeah.
we need something big. Like we need like a Keyshawn Nixon touchdown or something.
Yeah. Well, so what we need is the offense to pull their head out of their ass and put together a sustained drive. Like LaFleur and Love need to get it together, because this disjointed, you pick up 1 or 2 first downs, it's not going to work, man. We need the offense to put it together.
The blitz is working so far in this game. So far for us. Devontae Wyatt is questionable to return with a lower leg injury.
God damn, dude. What?
Allen Jenkins has a stinger and he is questionable.
The way he was not moving his fucking arm at all, I don't think we're seeing him again.
He probably can't feel his arm at all right now.
All right. Love in the pistol, 1st and 10. Motion craft, hand off to Jacobs. He fights he pushes forward a little more. He might get 4 yards here. I will say he immediately in the backfield had to start juking because Travis Glover was getting pushed back, man. That Elton Jenkins' absence, that's going to be a major factor the rest of this game.
Do you just have this feeling? I have this feeling. Do you have this feeling that our offense isn't going to be able to get any big plays all game today? I just don't feel like what I've seen so far, the defense they have, our play calling.
Oh.
I'm not seeing like a 50 like earlier I saw Buffalo run some fucking play where the receiver did a couple jukes and ran it for like 60 yards for a touchdown. I don't think we're going to see any of that from our
I think it's kind of gone under the radar a bit. But Philly, like their defense, I believe they're the number 2 overall defense in the league.
Including big plays or just in
general? Just overall. They're an elite defense, man.
They don't have a single bad player on their starting lineup.
Yeah, they are really, really good on defense. And frankly, like we probably need a turnover to win this game. And we probably need more than one turnover since we coughed up a fumble on that opening kickoff, which I still maintain the replay was clear and obvious. That was not we recovered. That was absolute bullshit that they gave it to Philly.
Yeah, that's such a
I don't even know how they justify that. Like, it was a clear camera angle. Nothing was obscured. Nixon reached out, grabbed the ball again, clearly held it in his hands, firm possession, touched by another player. Like, how do you call that Philadelphia ball? How?
I will say this. Like, I agree with you. The only, like, if I'm going to play devil's advocate, how does Keyshawn Nixon have that much control at any point in that, and he still gets out muscled down there in the pile and gets a fucking ball taken away from him? Like, dog, dude, fucking hold on to that shit. You had the best position. You rolled over with the ball. He rolled over with the ball in his lap, and he still got it wrestled away from him. All right, we are back from break, 2nd and 7. Cody,
I'm looking at a pony formation. Motion Jacobs. Love fires deep. What?
Dude, intercepted. He intercepted the fucking ball. Threw a pick.
Bro, in real time, I thought that was ours, and then I see him pop up with the ball after rolling. Love is looking deep to Wicks. Dude, it's underthrown by Love. Underthrown ball right into Slay's hands, and that's a red zone interception. Bro, this defense needs to step up and make a game-changing play right now, or we're looking at a blowout.
We're looking at one of the worst losses in playoff Packer history, the way we're going.
And off to Barkley, 3 yards.
How do you come back, like, the way we're playing, the way, like, we're digging ourselves such a hole? We're not playing like the Chicago Bears, where, like, if we get into a hole, we can reasonably come back. And second, we're playing the Philadelphia Eagles, who are just loaded. Like, they're not going to let us come back.
Dude, I mean, to me, you need to chip away and do what you do best and run the ball. And that is absolutely the opposite of what LaFleur is doing. 2nd and 7, why are you taking a deep shot? Oh,
right,
great. We let
there's
scramble
a flag
up
on
the middle.
Philly. Hopefully it's holding, but all right, it's on Philly. We're getting fucking cooked, Cody. I did not grind all year with this team to watch them show up like that. We didn't even get off the bus. This is like that fucking Saints game so far, like week 1, like 3 years ago so far.
Dude, I don't even think it's a whole team thing. Like, this is right now, it is literally boiling down to LaFleur and Love. It's a bad offensive game plan. It's not like our players are just making terrible plays.
Yes. What was that? Why was that not a pick? What happened? What happened? It hit the ground or something? What?
Excuse me?
What? What happened?
What the fuck are you talking about? How was that not an interception?
What is that? What happened? They're giving us a 3rd and 12. That makes no sense.
Oh, I got to turn up the volume to hear a fucking explanation on this.
What is that?
We're just not going to talk about this
No,
obvious
like no
interception.
one's acting like it was anything.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
I what did you, Cody? Did we saw the same play
Yes,
twice?
I just saw a clear and obvious interception that was blown dead in real time. I how is that not a pick? How the fucking fix is in, dude.
What?
The refs calling that Nixon, saying that Nixon didn't maintain possession, and now this, I don't even know how to explain that. It was such a clear and obvious. The ball never hit the ground. It
Well,
popped up in the air.
now, okay. I was like, now there's a flag. Don't you dare tell me this is on Green Bay when it's 4th and 5 and give them a first down. What I would love to see an explanation for. They cut to the next play so nonchalantly, like that.
Yeah, no, I want to see it because that sure as fuck looked like an interception in real time.
It looked like it got tipped up in the air and he fucking intercepted it.
Yeah. Um, dude, when can we get rid of human refs? Like, can we not just? Can the NFL not afford just like fucking robot refs, sensors? Like, this is ridiculous. They ruin the game every fucking week. Okay, Reed breaking a nice return
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Reed gets us to almost midfield. Cody,
I'm
for the
waiting for
love
a penalty.
for the love of God, for as bad as we played, and we have played so fucking bad. If we could somehow get a touchdown on this drive, we're only down by 3 points and we're firmly in this game still. I feel like this is 30-0 right now. The way from what I've seen, this is bad football.
Well, dude, the problem is, the defense is putting forth effort right now. If the offense can't start putting shit together, defense is gonna wear out and the floodgates will open. Like, we need to start sustaining drives. We need to stop this fucking cutesy downfield passing bullshit, and you run Jacobs and you take short passes to Kraft and just do that until it's stopped. Like, I don't understand what the hell LaFleur. Listen, I said it to you the other week. I'll say it again now. LaFleur is 1-5 in the division this year. He's about 1 inch of Carl Brooks's finger away from being 0-6, thanks to that the blocked field goal at the end of the Chicago game. 0-6 in the division. Mike McCarthy never did that bad.
We're
Mike
also
McCarthy
two and
won the Super Bowl,
we're
and we
also 2-5 against playoff teams.
yeah.
We're
Yeah,
two and
and
seven.
so McCarthy never performed that poorly in the division. He won a Super Bowl. We still fired him in season. This is Matt LaFleur's 6th year as head coach. And I know you can look at all the wins he's racked up and be like, oh, he's so great. He's historic. I don't care, man. Look at the playoff wins. If he doesn't win today, I would be trying to interview Ben Johnson. Straight up, I think teams are too risk averse and they get complacent and they say, "Oh, well, he wins enough. You get to the dance and who knows what happens." Fuck that. Fuck that. He needs to win today. If he doesn't, I'm looking for a replacement.
I think Matt LaFleur is an amazing offensive mind. I think he is a great, great offensive coordinator. I think he's a subpar head coach.
And how long do you tolerate a subpar head coach? What is a fair chance? 6 seasons with 2 different quarterbacks, one of them a Hall of Famer. Like, what does this
Here's
guy
a
need to put it
here's
together?
a here's a good question for you. Do you see us winning a Super Bowl with Matt LaFleur? Ever? Do you ever see us win a Super Bowl with Matt LaFleur?
Um, So this is how I'll respond to that. Toward the end of the Rodgers era, I was very sour on LaFleur. I didn't think he could lead us to a Super Bowl. I think Love's first year as a starter last year bought some good faith where I'm like, all right, he guided in this first-year starter, made him look really good. And the regression we've seen this year has me right back to where I was. Matt LaFleur, he needs to prove it to me, because right now I kind of don't believe it.
Dude, we have 28 fucking total yards right now. 28, 11 passing yards.
Well, we did just get a nice first down pickup to Jaden Reed on an out route. Probably one of our cleanest looking plays of the game.
We got to eat up some clock. Philly should not get this ball back until there's like 6 minutes left in the second quarter.
Josh Jacobs, tough running on that 1st and 10, picks up 4 or 5 yards.
You know what's
Took
crazy?
A hard hit, but
for all things considered, the defense has done an amazing job against this juggernaut offense.
Mm-hmm.
But you take away that stupid Nixon fumble, they've held them to 3 points, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about an offense where legitimately every single one of their offensive linemen could be a Pro Bowler.
I can't ask.
They got Saquon Barkley with a historic, he had a chance to set the all-time rushing record this year. They got A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith.
I think this is our 4th or 5th offensive possession. We have 0 points. You just can't go an entire half without fucking points. There's Slay's hurt. He went off the field. He'll probably be coming back in, but it looks like he has a elbow injury as well.
I hope he strained his dick so bad it has to be amputated.
I mean, they're so stacked that losing Slay isn't gonna make me lose sleep, but dude, keep going. Don't blow the whistle. Don't blow the whistle. Keep going.
I'm looking at 3rd and 1, and we're in a shotgun. Oh boy, why do we do this play? All right, it picks up the first down
because Tucker Kraft's the closest thing we have to Josh Allen offense.
Well, that wasn't even Tucker Kraft, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was Kraft. Okay, I thought we ran it with Chris Sims,
dude,
but still,
watch this replay from above. Jordan Love trying to push him, his stupid effort of trying to push him. Jordan Love, get out of there.
Yeah, Rodgers just knew well enough to not risk his body. Favre would have gone all out effort there. Love kind of picks the in between, and it's just ridiculous.
Favre would have taken it himself.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so another out route to Reed.
I will give Reed that. That's a hard catch. He did a great catch on that. We're looking at 2nd and 6.
Yeah. I mean, Reed is kind of one of our spark plugs. He hasn't played great over the second half of the season, but he's a guy, when he's on, he can break a big play. He can make guys miss.
No.
I hate when you do that. I fucking despise when you do that.
Josh Jacobs makes a bad decision, and he doesn't normally make them.
Oh, yep. No, that was a bad. The left side of the line is completely plugged up. Jacobs spins
I don't
around.
say this very often, but if that was a QB read, Jordan Love had all day to just fucking tuck that and run for daylight.
Yeah, we never do it.
Yeah, we're looking at 3rd and 12. This is at this point. At this point, I'm playing for a field goal.
Jacobs lost a lot of yards trying to turn that around.
Oh yeah, I've never seen him do that.
All right, empty backfield, tight formation. This is a really tight 5 wide.
Go for it. Go for it.
Love takes off up the middle. He fights for it.
That's the best fucking run I've ever seen him do. It's 4th and 1, Cody. Do you go for it?
Yes. Usually I would say you're on the road, you take the points, but
challenge it. We might get a first down on that.
The way this game is gone.
We're in a shotgun on 4th and 1. Call a timeout. Just call a timeout. All right, we do. I'm gonna ruin it for you. We do another fucking tush push with Tucker Kraft, and we get it.
Well, it's okay if you run it in a scenario like that.
I'm just excited.
Dude, I'm still. It fucking boggles my mind. There's literally not another team in the league that does tush pushes with their tight end.
No,
Um,
that's not true. I saw it today. Or
who
um, Dalton Kincaid did it.
really? Dude, it makes no sense to me. Like, if you're gonna do that, I would at least use a backup running back, a guy who's used to plowing forward. Like, and the tight end as a ball carrier, that just seems weird to me.
Oh, oh, what's the flag on?
All right, I'm looking at Love under center, bunch formation. He fires in
Oh, it's on
rhythm.
Green Bay? Fuck you, Brad Allen. Does
All
Philly
right,
even have a penalty on them so far?
I don't think so. Actually, I'd say that. I think they have one.
I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what they called. Illegal
Uh,
man downfield, I think.
yes, yep, that is what it was. Um, I would like. Okay, yeah, it's on Travis Glover. He kind of
You
Travis
don't
Glover
fucking
was blocking like it was a run play. It
yeah,
might have been a run pass option.
you don't fucking know. He doesn't know what he's
Um,
doing out there.
I don't blame him, man.
Ooh,
We
Slay is going into the locker room.
All right, 1st and 15, loving the shotgun, handoff to Jacobs. All right, tough running, picks up 4 yards,
Yeah,
five
oh, he
maybe.
picks up 5. We're back to 2nd and 10. So it's kind of like that play was just negated. Then
Yeah,
that
dude, Jake
pass.
or Darius Slade not moving his arm very well.
He's probably got a stinger just like Elton Jenkins. So hey, I want to see some Tucker Craft. Maybe you know maybe score a touchdown here.
Yeah, dude, just a quick pass to Kraft, like a little flare route or a bubble screen, something like that.
Shit.
We're going
So
five wide.
so kind of ruining this one for you again. We do throw it to Kraft on a screen. N'Kobe Dean fucking plays it really good. N'Kobe Dean looks a little banged up after the play though.
Yeah, that was actually another play where Zach Tom did not do a great job blocking there. Like
Dude,
the
it's
whole the area that Love was thrown to was all bunched up because Zach Tom was getting pushed backward.
this team is just wild. Like they got N'Kobe Dean in what the 3rd or 4th round when he was like ranked higher than Quay Walker, who we took in the
Mm-hmm.
1st round. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I told you this the other day. Like we were talking about Brian Gutekunst, and I said I think you asked if I would replace him if I could or something like that, and I said I would if I could get like a Howie Roseman because I think the way he runs the Eagles is just top notch. He's so aggressive. Yeah, he makes mistakes. He passed on Justin Jefferson for some fucking guy that I can't even remember the name of anymore.
was it Nelson Aguilar?
No, no, it was someone else. Um, so Howie Roseman makes mistakes like every other GM, but he also like he moves past them quickly, and he's just always he's aggressive in getting difference makers. I think Gutekunst is a top 10 GM. I'm generally happy with him. I do think we could do better, but it's also like if you fire him and you roll the dice on someone else, that's a real gamble.
Yeah.
All right, Love under pressure, being all sorts of weird, fires an incomplete pass into double coverage to a backup running back.
Shit,
Man,
we had Tucker
sometimes Jordan
Craft.
Love just like
We had
doesn't
Tucker
look.
Craft open. If
Jordan
he
Love doesn't look like he knows what he's really doing. Like he doesn't look like an absolute master of the offense like Rodgers was.
he's not.
Like how many times does
God damn
Love?
it, Cody. McMash just missed the field goal.
All right, bro, this is not our night.
We're
You
not gonna
kidding
win
me?
this one. Not
Misses
gonna
a
win this
fucking
one.
38 yarder. And we're almost through an entire half already, and Philly's going to get it to start the second. I think that play right there just pretty much sealed we're not going to be attempting field goals the rest of this game unless, it's just like makes 0 sense to go for it on fourth.
He's been so good.
Dude, everything's fucking going wrong. You got that bullshit Nixon fumble. You got that totally unexplained interception that was not an interception. Still, I would love to know what happened there. Jenkins goes out with injury. McManus misses a field goal. Love not looking good. And like Jacobs, yeah, he hasn't broken a particularly good run yet, but he's a guy who needs volume to get in a rhythm, and we've been giving him. We'll give him a handoff like once every 5 plays or something. I don't get the pass first approach here. They literally have. So they got Darius Slay Jr., which he is out now, granted, but if you're looking at the game plan, you're looking at Darius Slay Jr., Quinion Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean. Those are 3 arguably all-pro level cornerbacks. And then throw in C.J. Gardner-Johnson at safety and Reed Blankenship, who had an interception against us in week 1. Why? Explain to me, why are we going pass first? Especially when Christian Watson tore his fucking ACL last week.
I mean, I can't help but think if we had Watson in the game, it'd be a little bit different. Like, just his ability to stretch shit or just like high point the ball. Man, that missed field goal is gonna fucking come back to burn us.
It's only his second miss of the year, dude. He's been money for the most part. Like, it is literally just nothing's going our way tonight.
Kobe Dean's getting carted off the field.
Good.
All right, hey, we need a turnover. We can't be giving up. If we give up a touchdown, and they get the ball back after half too. So
Dude, we need more than the turnover, man. We need a defensive touchdown because the offense ain't doing shit right now.
yeah, we need like a. Remember Darnell Savage last year against Dak right before.
Come, dude. You cannot give him that long. Like, that should have been a sack within the first 3 seconds, and we're just absolutely lucky that he didn't find someone downfield rolling out of the pocket.
We got big TJ Slayton in there. I like that. We got Colby Wooden then. Okay, good. Get Kenny Collect the fuck out of the game. I'm glad he's not even in right now.
Bro, I would be blitzing either Cooper or Walker on every play. You pick which one.
What is there a flag on? What is there a flag on that play for?
2nd and 13.
Oh, okay, it's on fucking Philly. I might decline this.
I saw Brenton Cox throw up his hands like, where's the flag?
Would you take a holding call? I think it is holding.
Holding would put him in a 2nd 18?
23. 2nd 23.
2nd and 23 I probably would take.
So we decline it. It's 3rd and 13. So we got to fucking stop him then. Like, if you're going to decline that penalty for 3rd and 13, you better fucking have something. We've done a great job on Hurts. He's only 6 for 11 for 39 yards. You really can't complain about the defense in this game. Our offense is just anemic, though.
If I'm Jalen Hurts, I'm looking for A.J. Brown on this 3rd and 13. They go Max protects. Hurts takes off running.
There's Slay's coming back in the game.
Really? That's unusual to go back to the locker room and come out that soon?
No, he just took some painkillers. He's good. All right, well, you
Yeah.
got a punt. Watch for. I don't think that they would fake it.
4th and 4, it wouldn't surprise me if they try to draw us off sides.
Oh, flag running into the kick returner.
Are you?
Where's
Oh,
the flag? You gotta be fucking shitting me.
dude, check these refs' bank accounts.
You gotta be shitting me. How? I still want an explanation from the interception that they just like didn't even care about.
I gotta get a fucking beer, dude. This is raising my fucking blood pressure.
Well, same, I guess. Not enough. All right. All right. So Jordan Love, 5 for 5, under 10 yards today. Wait, they showed the replay of the thing I thought was going to be a penalty with no adjustment to it. All right, we're in the shotgun. Love takes it back to pass on 1st and 10. Good. A screen pass to Jacobs with a flag, though. Of course, there's a flag. Probably an eligible man downfield. Holding on the offense. Replay 1st down. It's on Sean Ryan on Jalen Carter. That's a matchup that me and Cody said we had to watch out for in the pregame. He's got his hands full against the All Pro. So we're looking at 1st and 20.
I just saw a hold on our offensive line.
Yep. Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
1st and 20, Love in the shotgun. Okay,
boy.
Reed makes 3, 4.
Boy. The
4 guys
Michigan
missed
State
to get this
product
first down.
making fucking moves. All right. Picks up the first.
Dude, so far tonight, Jaden Reed looks like the only guy on offense who came to play.
Dude, let's hope that's a fucking galvanized moment right there. Let's get it going. All right, that might. Oh, of course, there's another flag. Oh my god, dude! I don't think Philly's got a single flag all night. I really don't. What? What?
All right, so it was a nice run by Jacobs for about 5 yards. And then the flag, I'm assuming holding.
Oh my god!
And they
Yeah,
call it on
good,
Travis
good,
Glover
good.
again.
They just pulled Travis Glover, so Philly does got 3 pounds, but it's only for 15 yards. We just pulled Travis Glover out of this game, which
Good, dude. He's playing like fucking hot garbage.
I'm assuming we put Telford in. You can't. I said this in the pregame. You cannot overcome like first and 20s and second and 20s and shit. We're not gonna win. We need points, and we keep. It's the second holding penalty on this drive. Jaden Reed's not gonna bust free for 20 yards every time we get a holding penalty. We probably don't overcome this now. We probably stall out here now, and we don't get points again. We're a good team, Cody, and we're really young, but we need more talent. I think we just need more talent to compete, and we need more depth.
I mean, I agree. We absolutely need more talent. We need an edge rusher number 1. We need a CB
We
number
need
1. We need a wide receiver number 1.
we need more top end talent on the team.
Yeah.
Like the team we have now is really, really good, but we're missing top end talent. We're missing a premier pass rusher. We're missing a wide receiver 1.
Dude, I will say this though. We're absolutely missing those top end, like I said, like edge rushers, CB, wide receiver. Need those guys. Until LaFleur makes a Super Bowl, because whatever. I've seen him make the NFC Championship game, and I'm still not impressed. Unless he makes a Super Bowl, I think we have a coaching deficiency. And you can look at a guy like Mike Vrabel. Look at what he did with the Titans, man. He had fucking Ryan Tannehill at quarterback. Those teams, like, it was Derrick Henry or bust. And, he always had them competing. They were going to the playoffs, made a championship game one year. LaFleur does not get more out of less. He just doesn't.
By the way, Vrabel just got hired as the Patriots' new head coach today.
I saw that. I think it's a good hire, man. Like I told you before, like the 2 guys that I would be willing to fire LaFleur for would be Ben Johnson and Mike Vrabel. Vrabel's gone.
By the way, since Ellen Jenkins was taken out of the game, Travis Glover has 3 penalties on him in this game so far. That's why we just benched him. 3. He's got 3 penalties in the first half on him.
And I will say, I think the refs have been totally boning us this game. But every penalty against Glover, they show the replay, and it was an obvious call. We should have pulled him because he was just doing shit that's inexcusable. He's not ready.
I saw the last one against Carter, and yes, it was a holding call, and they call him. They did get him. He just can't get a fucking break.
Look at that, Tucker Kraft. You give him the ball, he makes positive things happen.
Gets it all back.
Sorry, hold on one second.
Nice play. Wow, that is. Watch this play. So, like, I commend Love for hitting Brooks on a screen. I was like, all right, good play. And then I just see 3 Eagles just swarm him. as soon as he catches the ball. Not a single blocker around him.
Yeah, so that tells me that the Eagles are sitting on the short stuff now. They're not really respecting any deep shots at this point.
Well, they don't want to give up a big play. They're just trying to play for another field goal. Or, wait for a miscue.
I'm looking at a 3rd and 3. Love calls an audible.
It hasn't been a single timeout taken in this game so far.
Okay, first down, and that is who's is that to
It was
Dobbs?
Dobbs. It was Dobbs. All right, Jacobs is out of the game. We got Brooks in there right now.
Yeah, we like to bring Brooks in a lot when we know we're going to be
no!
passing.
Is that really a fucking pick? Did he get there? Or did they call it down? They called it incomplete. Thank God. I don't know though. It's close. It might have been a fucking pick.
Oh God. Dude, Love is not ready. Jenkins back in the game.
No, he's not.
Oh no, I thought they were just showing a replay when he got hurt. I thought they were showing a replay.
Wow, I feel like we got lucky on that, incomplete on that, but okay.
Oh
no!
What do we get, sacked?
No, interception, Cody.
2 plays in a row, huh?
Zach Baum.
Dude, Zach Baum had a pick in the first game. Love just doesn't even see him. He just fires a rocket right into his hands. And now Philly has a chance to go put up points.
What is
they have
he even
3
looking
timeouts.
at on that play? I have no idea what he's even looking at, Cody.
Yeah, dude, that pass it wasn't going to any Packers player. I almost wonder if that's a miscommunication from the receiver. I mean, Tucker Kraft stumbles at the start of his route. Like, I don't know, man. Like, Love isn't a guy that you can ask to. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Pat Mahomes. He needs more talent around him. Love is probably like a Joe Flacco. And Philly opens with a 6-yard run to Barkley. I'm surprised. I would be more aggressive if I were Philly. I'd be pushing for points right here. Yeah, at this point, I'm starting to wonder: do we put up any points at all this game?
We might not.
Because Love is clearly off his game tonight. And if we go down 3 scores, LaFleur is going to stop running the ball. You got a backup lineman in that's just getting his ass whipped.
The fact that we're only losing by 10 points right now is insane. We don't deserve to be. This doesn't deserve to be a 2-score game.
Nice sticky coverage by Evan Williams there and Dallas Goedert.
Hey, when on earth would you have ever thought that the defense was the reason that, like, we're in the game, in the playoffs? Besides the, like, couple years ago, actually, with San Francisco, our defense played amazing in that, and it was our offense.
Yeah, no, that was one of our all-time best defensive performances, and we still fucking lost because Matt LaFleur's offense couldn't do anything.
Holy shit, we fucking held them to a 4th down, 4th and 4. This defense is keeping us in this game. They're gonna go for it though, and I don't blame them. I probably would too.
I don't know, man. That's a really ballsy call by Philly. It's 4th
The
and 4. They're
balls.
probably going to try to draw us off
Well,
sides.
they're in that no man's land right now where like
Yeah,
plus
but
Green Bay's not moving the ball anyway.
if I were Philly, I would not go for it here.
Oh
I would.
shit! Did we just fucking get them? They just got us.
That is exactly what I expected them to do. Exactly. Who does it? Who fucking jumps?
No, false start on the offense. Yes, it was on the offense. Dallas got it. That's probably a punt now.
I mean, honestly, this is pretty damn close. I'd like to see a replay because I think it's at, yeah, Anigbare does jump over the line, but I guess Goddard just moved first. All right, so they're gonna punt this ball, and dude, if I'm Green Bay,
We're going in the half. We're not gonna.
yeah, exactly. I'm not even gonna try anything. Just you better have a halftime speech prepared, LaFleur.
Dude, Cody, we're only down by 10 points, and it's a fucking miracle. I have no idea why we're losing by 10 points. This is, hey, kudos. Like, game ball right now to Jeff Halfley right now, because limiting this, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Dallas Goddard, Devonta Smith, Jalen Hurts, and the offensive line, limiting them to 10 first half points is amazing so far. But
Dude,
fuck Matt
and that
LaFleur
touchdown,
and fuck
they
Jordan
took
Love.
over within their own 30. Like,
I know. If it wasn't for that miscue, they could only have like 3 points, maybe potentially. That miscue by Nixon might have been the difference in this game already. We might have marched down, gotten a touchdown, and it set the tempo, and we're not going to be in this hole on the offensive side. Oh man, not good, dude.
to be honest, I actually don't even blame Nixon for the fumble. Like, you watch the replay, and he just took an absolute shot, and he recovered it as seen on video evidence, and the refs just decided they were going to take their paycheck instead. I blame Bisaccia there. Why are you even telling Nixon to take it out? It's in the end zone. You're not going to break a return. Just kneel it, man. Like, it's
I
just
don't disagree.
Halfley is the only coach earning his paycheck today. Dude, Bisaccia is the highest paid special teams coordinator in the league. We got a special teams fumble and a missed field goal so far.
Okay, reset. We're only down by 10. We're still firmly in this game. We make some halftime adjustments. If our defense still keeps playing the way it does and the offense can make some adjustments, I have faith in the offense that we can make adjustments. We're still in the game. It's not as bad as it looks so far. Tale of two halves. We can be okay. We're only down by 10. We've been in a lot worse this year, and we've won by worse this year. 10
Yep.
points is not a lot. Philly gets the ball back, but the defense keeps playing the way it's playing. This defense, by the way, looks amazing at full strength. At full strength with Quay out there with Evan Williams on the back end makes a world of difference. Jalen Hurts
Just
can't
imagine
throw.
if we had Jair out there too.
Yeah, they can't throw the fucking ball on us. We got Keyshawn Nixon, Kerryon Valentine as our outside corners, and they can't throw the ball so far. Knock on wood. And they got A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith out there.
Dude, if we could trade for a Myles Garrett or Max Crosby in the offseason, like, I think that's the missing piece of this defense.
There's no reason we can't. In fact, I will say this: we will not do it, but we keep. I would at least make the call. T.J. Watt. What do you want for T.J. Watt? You want a couple firsts? Want a couple first round picks?
Bro, that's an interesting scenario that I haven't heard anyone bring up. But the Steelers are kind of in this position where they're just constantly in quarterback purgatory. Like they never have a losing season under Mike Tomlin, so they never get a high enough draft pick to take a high quarterback. But Russell Wilson and Justin Fields aren't getting it done. I wonder.
I kind of got this idea from Rob Gronkowski in the pregame show when I was listening to it, and he wasn't talking about T.J. Watt or anything, but he was talking about how the Steelers, as good as they are, they're just kind of stale. Like the whole environment just seems kind of stale. And he also said that the Cowboys also have all this talent, but they also seem kind of stale. And he proposed a head coach swap. Just a straight up swap. He's like,
dude, McCarthy's from Pittsburgh.
And that's what he said. And I was like, holy shit, I have literally never seen an analyst propose something like that. But then it like got me thinking. I was like, well, you need someone to get you over the edge there. Like, why stop there? Like it's worth a phone call. Like make a call. Be like, hey, you'll probably say no, but like, what will it take to get TJ Watt? You put TJ Watt in this defense. I think that's literally what we're missing on this defense. Is just someone that gets consistent pressure. Also, if we don't get him and we can't trade for a star, and I know you're kind of sour on him because of his age, and I don't blame you, but I see him as kind of like a Julius Peppers type signing. Khalil Mack is going to be a free agent this year.
Yeah, he's pretty fucking old, dude. He's like 34.
He still hit over like 10 sacks this year.
Bro, let's think about it this way. Look at our last 3 first-round picks. Jordan Morgan, Lucas Van Ness, Eric Stokes. Would you trade those 3 guys for a TJ Watt or a Myles Garrett or a Max Crosby? Like, you know, if it takes 3 first-round picks to get an actual all-pro difference maker, at this point, I might be willing to do it because draft and develop's not working. It's not pushing us over the top.
Goot's not the best in the first round. I also will say as good. I think this wide receiver by committee approach just isn't working the way I wanted it to work. Like I kind of miss having a wide receiver 1. Like I miss having a go-to guy that you can rely on. There's nothing wrong with having really good players around the wide receiver 1. You can still build a good receiving core, but like we don't. Like Cody, if we're in 3rd and 15, do we have a go-to guy? We don't. We do not have a go-to guy on 3rd and 15. You just gotta hope that someone gets open.
Yeah, and it's when you look at our history of drafting receivers, you know, people talk a lot about how well we do in the 2nd round. You got your Craig Jennings, Jordy Nelson, Devontae Adams. But you look at the type of receivers those guys were, and they all had like the physical traits to be an actual number 1 go-to guy. Jaden Reed, good 2nd round pick. Dude's never going to be a number 1. He's too small. Mm-hmm. Christian Watson, I remember at the time we drafted him, I hyped myself up afterwards to get excited for it. But I watched a lot of film for a lot of wide receivers in that draft, and Christian Watson was a guy that I just didn't even bother because I looked at him and I'm like, small school, he's going to take too long to develop, and just like frankly, he hasn't been worth the investment. We gave 2 second-round picks to Minnesota to move up and get him, and he's never been reliable. He's been injury prone. We don't have Dontavian Wicks is probably the guy with the most potential to be a wide receiver 1 on our team.
Yeah, probably, and he kind of, all intents and purposes, he's kind of regressed this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually did not love his resolve on that interception that Love threw earlier. By the way, let's not forget that Love's thrown like 2 interceptions, I think, already in this game. Just FYI, like we didn't mention the first half stats yet, but yeah, we don't have a wide receiver one, and I like Wicks. Wicks, we still have him for a couple more years. Hopefully, he takes a third year jump because he's gonna at least be a Packer for the next 2 years. Yeah, I just. All right, I'm going to get back to focusing on this game for now. What do you want to see? What adjustments you want to see in the second half?
So I talked to you about this yesterday, I think. When I look at the Philly defense and how it's composed, Cooper DeJean coming in as a rookie has been an elite slot presence. One of the absolute best in the league. So I take him out of the game. We're down Christian Watson after he fucking tore up his knee. So why are we out here going 5 wide as often as we are? I want 2 tight end sets that force. If Philly wants to play nickel, great. Run right into it. If they adjust and they play base, both of our tight ends are athletic enough that they should be able to make catches out of a 2 tight end set. That is the approach I would take. I would
Have
go
you even
run
seen
first
Musgrave
out of
out
a
there?
2 tight end set and run your passing game through tight ends.
Have you even seen Musgrave out there? Me neither.
No.
Me neither.
Dude, we've been doing almost exclusively 3, 4, and 5 wide. Like LaFleur just fucking boggles my mind with like he always seems. How often do we have a big game and his game plan is like the exact opposite of what common sense says it should be? He's always trying to fucking outsmart himself.
Yeah, I was gonna say he like just psychs himself out. He like tries to do too much. Stick to basics, man.
Dude, it really is a matter of basics. Like we don't. This offense does not have a bread and butter go-to play. It does not have the Greg Jennings slant. It does not have the Jordy Nelson back shoulder fade. Like we simply do not have a go-to play in this Matt LaFleur offense.
We do not have an identity on offense. We don't have an identity.
I mean,
Like,
our identity is we're a tough physical running team, but as soon as that's stymied, or more frequently, if we fall behind, then it's like we're chickens with our head cut off and we don't know what to do.
it's interesting because I don't disagree. We are finally a hard running football team. We're from that McVay tree, the Shanahan tree, which focuses on having a premier running back that is a bell cow and and you just run it 30 times a game. But I don't know if we, and as good as the line has been this year, I don't know if we have the offensive line built for Jacobs just yet. He's had a good year. He has had a really, really good year. But I think we're missing a couple guys on the offensive line.
I 100% agree. I mean, every single draft, you know me, I'm always advocating to take an offensive lineman high because I want that bully of an offensive line. I want the Detroit offensive line. Right now, we got Zach Tom and Elton Jenkins, but Jenkins is getting old at this point. Every other guy on that line, in my mind, is replaceable, if not bad. I think Josh Myers, bad. Sean Ryan, he's improved this year. He's probably still below average.
Yeah.
Rasheed Walker, he's average. He doesn't. He's not a liability, but do I want to give him $20 million a year when his contract is up? I don't know about that.
We're hoping a lot for Jordan Morgan to progress going year 2. I think he'll probably, I don't know if he's ever going to make a career as a tackle for us. He might make his hay as a guard.
Yeah. Honestly, it's hard to say. He he had so few games this year where he was actually just like at full health and got a full opportunity. I almost consider this year a wash for him of just like welcome to the NFL, kid. Get into the strength and conditioning
Yeah,
program and maybe he'll stay healthier
yeah.
next year.
There's a chance that next year, like I'm not opposed to taking another offensive lineman in the first round again. In fact, I would probably encourage it because I also believe in investing in your line. So going into next year, we could potentially have like kind of two new offensive linemen if we take another one high. We have Jordan Morgan coming back, which was kind of a redshirt year for him this year, and then a rookie.
Yeah.
It
Well,
looks like
dude,
we're
I mean,
coming back.
Josh Myers, his contract is up. So it's either you invest in Josh Myers, who hasn't been particularly good, or you get a replacement. So I think no matter what, we're going to have at least one new offensive lineman next year, I think.
I agree. All right, we are back. Rodgers takes it back to the 25-yard line.
Man, I know you're talking about Isaiah Rodgers or whatever the fuck his name is. But being in a Green Bay Packers playoff game and hearing the name Rodgers, that just took me back to the fucking
Cody,
magic moments.
this is the first time in 31 games we've been shut out in the first half.
Sorry, what'd you say?
This is the first time in 31 games we've been shut out in the first half.
Well,
Not good, huh?
it's yeah, man. I don't know, man. This Philly defense is legit, and we're not firing on all cylinders.
All right, defense has to keep playing with its hair on fire. They've done a great job. You can't ask for much more than 10 points, but you're going to have to keep asking them to do even better somehow. You like Halfley's going to have to find a way to make even better adjustments than what he's done in the first half, which is almost seems like an impossible task against this Philly offense. It just feels like you're not going to be able to stop this Philly offense the entire game.
Well,
Like
what I'm waiting for is the play action deep shot. They didn't really try it in the first half, but they're setting it up.
so they run back to back plays with Barkley. He picks up a first down on the second carry. They do want to establish Barkley. I think he had 8 carries in the first half. He had over 50 yards rushing though. A lot of it came really early in the game, and then they kind of got away from it a little bit. You got to expect them to get back to the running game here in the second half. And so far they are. 3 straight carries for him. Wow, is he so fucking good. Watch this move. So it's a tackle for a loss, but watch this fucking spin move he gets out of like 3 Packers in the backfield.
Good lord. Dude, that was like I'm not exaggerating. That was one of the fastest spin moves I've ever seen. Like he didn't have a chance cuz
Oh
like
shit. They're in shotgun now, 5 wide. And second down, they went 5 wide with no pressure. Nothing there. Okay, thank you. Rashawn Gary finally gets there. Wow. Hey, Gary, don't even celebrate Gary. This is all on the secondary. The fact that the secondary was able to hold their coverage for this long, kudos to the secondary, not to Gary.
see this dude, I was telling you this before the game and you and I think kind of disagreed a little bit. Didn't really talk about it much, but I was saying I would invite the run and I would want to try to keep the game close by allowing them to run because I think if Philly
Ooh,
chose to, and frankly I'm surprised they haven't, the time we're giving Hurts in the pocket, like if they wanted to go pass first, I think they could carve us up.
probably. This third down play, fucking tits, dude. I think we only have 3 down linemen, and we still bottle up Barkley. Maybe it's
Yeah,
Barkley.
Carl Brooks real quick
Yeah.
off the snap on that tackle
Hey,
right at the line of scrimmage.
we gave them -9 yards to start the second half so far. Again, defensive step. Wow, what a punt! Holy shit, what a punt that was. Go down, go down, just go down, just go down, just go down. I am forever tormented by punt returns, dude. I don't I have no faith in like punt return touchdowns ever. I just want them to like cleanly field it and just go down.
Yeah. I think the last time I got excited about like actually like, oh wow, special teams play could be positive. Like, all right, so Nixon, he had a great return year as a kick returner. What was it, 2 years ago now? Maybe three. As a punt returner, he was never great. The last punt returner I was actually excited about was Randall Cobb.
The last
And
punt
we're talking
returner I was
early in
excited
his
about,
career. Early in his career.
the last punt returner I was excited about was Antonio Chapman.
Okay, yeah, that's going back. I mean, it's really unless you have just like a generational Hall of Fame player like a Devin Hester or like Deshaun Jackson was really good on returns. Josh Cribbs, you get a few guys like honestly like
Hey,
a true like a Hall of Fame special teamer might be the rarest of players. And if you don't have that, it's not worth the fucking risk.
do you remember when the Chicago Bears wanted to replicate Devin Hester so bad that they drafted Bellis Jones Jr. in like the third round, like a few years ago?
Yep. Dude, this guy was fast as fuck, but he was old. He was like 25 when they drafted him,
Yeah, I
and
don't
he
even know if he's
really
still in
had
the
no
league.
receiving skills.
Is he still in the league right now?
I
He
don't
is.
know, to be honest.
He plays for the Panthers. Plays for the Panthers right now.
Okay.
Good place for him.
Panthers are like the new Raiders, where careers go to
Yeah.
die.
All right, Cody. Let's get back to some Packer football right now. So great defensive stand, 3-and-out. It's what we needed. Green Bay is down by 10, and we have the ball. If we can march this, if we can finally make adjustments and move the ball down the field and come away with a fucking touchdown,
I mean,
we're
you
in it.
cannot
We're in it.
ask for more than what our defense is giving. Yeah, it
And
would
I
be
said it
awesome if they
before.
came up with a turnover, but like they are single-handedly keeping us in this game. The offense needs to get their shit together.
You can't like the defense isn't going to be able to hold this up for an entire game. No defense can in today's NFL. In today's NFL, it's just impossible to keep an offensive down for an entire game. It just doesn't happen unless you're going up against like third stringers, like we did in New Orleans, like three
Dude, you know
weeks
what
ago.
I actually might do here? Because I want to get Josh Jacobs the ball. But, Philly's going to be expecting the run. I would go with a design series all about getting Josh Jacobs passes.
Well, we do a toss play and goes for 7 yards first down. I want to eat up clock. That's my like. I don't care what we do, but we're gonna eat up clock and we're gonna give our defense some fucking time to catch their breath.
Yeah. It's a double-edged sword, though, because, yeah, we want the defense to rest, but it is a two-score game. You don't want to take too much time off the clock.
Cody, we're 10 minutes in the third quarter. We got 25 minutes left in this game. We're gonna.
I know. I'm just saying, I don't think we're gonna shut Philly out for the rest of the game.
If we can go into the fourth quarter down by one score, that's what I said in the pregame. Just give ourselves a chance at the end of the game. I was under no impression that we were going to dominate this game, that we were going to win convincingly. If we win this game, it's going to be ugly. Like it's going to be a game that we probably should
You
not have
thought we were
won.
gonna win this game convincingly?
Never, no.
All right, I'm looking at a third and 2
Nice.
out of the shotgun.
Hell yeah! That's what we were talking about. Cody recommended it. Cody recommends it. Green Bay delivers. Make Cody offensive coordinator of this fucking of this
That'd
Green
be
Bay
better
Packers
than
team.
Adam Stanovich. All right, Jacobs with a nice gainer on a little angle route, picks up the
Dude,
first
dude,
down.
I call that play in Madden all the time. It's like my favorite fucking play in Madden with the running back doing that fucking
Dude, anytime you can get a running back isolated on a linebacker, like it's almost always going to be positive. And it's like if they're calling zone and it's covered, that means another guy is open somewhere else.
I want to keep seeing Tucker Kraft get some fucking catches. Like, again, we got Nakobe Dean out of the game. They got Zach Bond for sure, but let's inflict
Dude,
some.
all right.
Let's
So
inflict some pain, some
this
punishment.
first down pass to Kraft, it's nothing big, 3 yards or whatever. He doesn't go down though. The defender just kind of pushes him into the
Right?
sideline, and Kraft is still trying to break the tackle and move on. Tucker Kraft does not go down on first contact. Like that is why we need to get this guy the ball. We don't have anyone else on offense like him other than Jacobs.
All right, we're looking at 3rd and 4. We actually pulled Jacobs out of the game on that play. We gave it to Emmanuel Wilson, I believe.
Yeah.
We're looking at 3rd and 4. Manageable.
It's a fucking big 3rd and 4, dude.
Yeah, you got to pick it up, Cody. You got to. So they have Oren Burks in the game for Nakobe Dean right now.
Hey, when Burks was in Green Bay, he was atrocious in coverage. Just putting that out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just saw you, Jake, creep up at the bottom of the screen. All right. Love hangs in the pocket on a blitz, takes a hit, fires downfield to Dontavian Wicks. That's probably a 20-yarder there, 1-on-1.
That's probably going to be the biggest game that we're going to have all day on this defense.
You might not be wrong. Yeah, dude. Love just that is
run. Get back to the run. Give it to fucking Jacobs and run the fucking ball.
Yeah, I think that was Darius Slay coming on a corner blitz, untouched. And Love fires for the 1-on-1. Okay, 1st and 10, pony formation.
That's what that formation is called. Thank you. I was having a brain fire. I forgot the name of it.
All right, Josh Jacobs.
I like it. 7 yards.
Yeah. Okay. This is the first drive of the game where I feel like we're getting a little bit of rhythm here.
But easy. We're not in the end zone yet. We're not even in the red zone yet. We got to get this into the end zone. Nothing stupid, nothing dumb.
2nd and 3. We're in a shotgun. We motion Wicks.
Dobbs is hurt.
Okay, Love fires to the end. Oof. Dude, why does Love keep firing into double coverage?
Wow, not only did they call a holding call on that for us.
Dude, it is wild to me that holding on offense is a 10-yard penalty.
I think Dobbs just got another concussion.
Yeah, it could be, dude. We're looking pretty fucking thin here in the receiving core. Ooh, yep. His head smacks into the ground there. Dude, we might not be resigning Christian Watson or Romeo Dobbs.
Dobbs has double protection on his head. How did that give him a concussion? Cody, I have a soft spot for the concussions a little bit. Like all the things, like I get, but if that gave him a concussion, he's done, dude. He's done. Like you cannot you can't re-sign a guy that gets a concussion on a hit on his head. Yeah. He wasn't even hit hard. His head just kind of.
Dude, the thing to me when I look at Dobbs is so everyone reacts differently to concussions. Brett Favre, that guy probably had dozens of undocumented concussions, like if we're being realistic. And he's got Parkinson's now that he's an old man, but like as a player, he handled it. Some players, a concussion like it changes their psychology. Like an Antonio Brown, like it's you can look at, he suffered a really bad concussion in his career that kind of changed him. But other players, it doesn't affect them as much. And Dobbs, he's a guy who kind of seems like he might have some mental health issues. Earlier this year, he just straight up no call, no show. Hey, bro, you're fucking delivering for Amazon, no call, no show. You're fired. You have the privilege of playing in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Don't give me that shit. So like he's already exhibited strange behavior. He keeps getting head injuries. I wish the best for him, but I don't think he's a good investment at this point.
No, he's probably
And
not
Christian Watson,
resigning.
after he just fucking tore up his knee, it's more than an ACL. They say there's additional damage. I don't think I resign him after all his injuries. So despite all the draft capital we've put in the receiving core recently, like I don't know who we're gonna resign. Maybe Reed, possibly Wicks. Right now, we got the whole fucking team out here. What is going on with Dobbs?
He's really that fucking banged up over that play. All right. Well, while we're waiting for this, I want to ask you this question because it popped in my head. If you were a player in the NFL, okay, you're a, you can pick any position. It doesn't really matter. Would you rather have a Hall of Fame career and be one of the best and end up suffering concussions that led to like Parkinson's and like a shitty end of your life? Or would you have retired early and gave up all that legacy and then lived like a healthier end of your career, end of your life?
Um, I don't know, man. That's a tough question because, like, I think your average Joe worker, a lot of people, it might not be concussion damage, but you sit at a desk all day, you get compressed disc in your back, you work on a factory line, you end up dealing with nerve damage. Like you're the blue collar worker, just this fucking society we've set up. Your body's worn down and you're not operating at top strength. Like you're dealing with chronic injuries by the time you're 35, 40 years old. So if you have the chance to like have a historic legacy and create generational wealth, but you have to deal with that, I feel like that's a fair trade-off. But
I'm probably
also,
picking the
if
Hall of
if
Fame.
you're a guy who like you look at it on the other hand of like if you're just trying to maximize your happiness in life and you can, you know, let's say you play out your rookie contract, you play 4 or 5 years, make $10 million or whatever, you retire healthy and happy and young, and you can live the rest of your life on that and just fucking travel the world. Like fuck yeah, I like that. I would love to live that life. But
All right. Well, Dobbs is getting helped up. Wow, I did not think that was that big of a hit, but okay. Dobbs' season is done
well,
after that.
so yeah, Dobbs not looking good there.
By the
Head
way, they
hung
called a
low.
holding call, by the way, on that, and we're now
Yeah,
at the
the
second.
holding call, they showed the replay. It was a bullshit call. That was not a hold. We're in a 2nd and 13, 5 wide. Love pass batted at the line.
Jalen Carter.
Dude, I mean, our receiving core is real thin right now.
Well, it's been thinner with Jared Aberdarius and
Bro, this fucking replay they just showed is Jalen Carter bats the pass. He's 1-on-1, and we're doubling some fucking backup who I
yes,
don't even know
thank
his name.
God, we finally get one. They call pass interference on Wicks. That's the only way we're gonna move the ball is on fucking pass interference calls. And it was clearly on Mitchell. He fucking
Yeah.
kills them.
Yeah. No, I mean Mitchell's had a handful of those calls this year. He's a very physical corner. I actually think he had one against us in game 1. Yeah, that's a clear and obvious. Just mugged him. But dude,
Hey,
I want to call out. I want to call out the play before. Jalen Carter bats the ball and he's 1-on-1, and we're doubling some fucking backup. Like, the offense needs to be smarter than this. Like, who on the offense is responsible for identifying like what are the matchups?
they schemed it, Cody. They probably schemed it that way.
It's not acceptable, man. It's good teams don't do that.
I'm not like
Good
super
teams don't do
disagreeing.
it.
Did Josh Jacobs fumbled that fucking ball? Josh fucking Jacobs, bro. Dude. Cody, it's not our year. Like,
I don't actually think that's a fumble. I think his elbow hits the ground and the ball pops out. And by
but he
rule, if
like
your
trips
elbow
over
hits,
his own player though, so
yeah,
he wasn't touched.
yeah, no, but if your elbow hits the ground, you're down.
Well, I think we tried throwing at Jane Reed here on this play, and Jane Reed kind of trips, and he's not able to like recover and have enough awareness to catch this ball. So,
All right, well, all right. So we're down to the money here. We're
do you
we're
go
more than
for it on
halfway
fourth
through the
down, or
third.
you just kick
We're
a field
down
goal at this
10
point?
points. It's third down. I think if we don't convert this third down, you have to take the points because you can't come this far without points.
I would
So what
probably
is the one
agree,
call
but
you play?
this is concerning that we can't get the ball into the end zone after three quarters.
What is the one play you call here? Who are you looking for on this third and goal?
Tucker Kraft.
I doubt LaFleur does that. I bet you this goes
Um,
to Reed and nothing happens. Okay, instead Love looks for Bo Melton and
doesn't
it's
get it.
incomplete.
Hey, by the way, that missed field goal from McMaster was his first ever career playoff miss.
Dude, he only missed one all year long. Dude, Bo Melton, like that, it's fingertip, but I don't know, man. That's like, I think
All
you
right,
got to
we're
read
not
that
getting
ball
shut out.
better.
He fucking makes that one.
Like he was already kind of laying out, but I think you have to read the trajectory better and like take the extra half step before you dive for it. But we're talking about our number 5 receiver, you know.
Cody, we got to get into the end zone. How do you where?
Well, man, this
What do you
receiving core is
think?
getting real thin.
Look, let's just be honest at this moment. Even if we win this game, what's our reward? What do we get if we win this game? We get the number 1 seeded Detroit Lions, who are also banged up, but they're getting David Montgomery back next week, and we're also going to be down Christian
No
Watson.
shit, really? I thought he tore
Yeah.
his ACL.
No, Montgomery's back next week. Yep.
Really?
Yeah. But we're going to be out Watson, we're going to be out Jair, and we're going to be out Dobbs now. Possibly Wyatt, Devontae Wyatt too, with whatever his injury is.
Dude, yeah, Wyatt can't seem to stay healthy for more than a few games in a row. Dude, we had 2 first-round picks in that draft from the Devontae trade, and frankly, neither of them seem worth the 5th-year option. Quay Walker, Devontae Wyatt.
Look, I obviously want them to win the game. I want them to win every game. I'm just a realist. Even if we win this game, we're not gonna go on a Super Bowl run.
I mean, I'll try to play devil's advocate a little bit here because I think you had more confidence coming into this game than I did. I kind of felt like Philly was going to wipe the wipe the floor with us. If we manage to beat Philly, which is a big if at this point.
We're only down by 7.
Yeah. I think they're, honestly, Detroit is probably right with them for like most talented team in the league. But I do put stock into divisional opponents. Like, you never know what's going to happen in a divisional matchup. And yeah, we lost to them twice earlier this year, but each time we got closer. Like, if we beat them and play Detroit, I would actually feel better about us beating Detroit than I would have about us beating Philly.
Okay. Well, hey, we're only down by 7.
We get to the Super Bowl and we got to face the Bills or the Ravens or the Chiefs. I don't know, man. I hope for a miracle there.
Which is wild because I do truly feel like the NFC is more talented than the AFC is.
Really? You feel like that?
Yes, I do.
I don't know, man. I think the AFC is fucking stacked right now.
The Ravens are like 9-5. Yeah, they got some.
Yeah, but you got to look at Ravens. Their defense was it was growing early in the year. They had to replace their coordinator, and the first half of the year they had a lot of growing pains. Why can't Dobbs fucking walk right now? Like, what? He didn't even take a hit.
Yeah, I know. He like barely bumped his head on the ground, and he's just like done.
I mean, yeah, that's like seeing that shot. I'm like, even if we win this game, he will not be back this season.
No, he's probably done. He's not clearing. He has a concussion, and there's no chance in hell he's clearing concussion protocol after seeing him like that in 1 week.
Yeah.
All right,
Dude, I mean, honestly, a lot of these guys, you look at them, and if you put yourself in their shoes, I'm surprised more guys don't retire early. You could retire with enough money to live the rest of your life in luxury.
Good job, Quay. Quay stops Barkley. He picks up about 3 yards. They're looking at like a 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4.
Yeah. Nope, that was a good read by Quay. Just hits the hole, stops Barkley.
Hey,
this is the first time we mentioned Quay this game.
3rd and 3. If we can get the fucking stop right here, get a stop. Do not let him hit AJ Brown. Fuck. Ugh. It's Devonta Smith instead for a first down.
Wide fucking open.
Yeah,
come on.
Wide open.
I feel like that's one where we're probably selling out for the run.
Most
Dude, that's the thing about Philly. They can beat you so many ways. They can run with Barkley.
By the way,
they can
RPO
where they are? With Hurts, or they can pass. Line already.
We need a turnover. Like they're in. How did they get in like the red zone already, Cody? What happened? Did they have a great kick return? Did I miss it?
It's these new stupid fucking kick return rules. Starting teams at the 30 is
Cody. They're at the
dumb.
24-yard line. The 24.
I really don't like starting teams at the 30 on a touchback. I think it's terrible.
20. Boom, it's 20. They're way too high powered. Wow, we're going for an all-out blitz on that.
2nd and 1.
Dude, touchdown, Philly.
Carrington I'm watching Hurts call the audible right now.
Yeah. Carrington Valentine on Dallas Goedert, and Dallas Goedert just fucking stiff arms him all the way to the end zone.
Yeah, that's barring some sort of bizarre out of the ordinary stuff here, that's game right there. Like I feel like that is the image of the defense breaking. They've been holding up for as long as they can, and the offense cannot fucking hold their water. And I just see this Philly offense
He
breaking the
misses the extra
defense
point.
open.
Misses the extra point. Small
Yeah, I mean
opening.
it's a 2-score game. It's surmountable, but the offense just hasn't done shit this game. Defense is doing everything they can, but like you can't expect them to hold for 4 quarters on the road against an offense like this. You're talking about an offense that literally, if they didn't rest Barkley in the final game, he probably sets the all-time rushing record.
Wow.
I need another beer.
Hey, hey, all right. You'll be back. Go to work. Just go to work. Just leave. Go to work. I don't care. Go to work. Ugh. All right. 3:20 left in the third. Down by 2 scores. Nixon takes it out. Barely gets past the 20. We're at the 21. All right. 1st and 10, ball in 22. We come out in an empty backfield set. Okay. We just trying to throw it around the yard. Actually, we hit Jacobs on a good play. That was a good play. Jacobs picks up like 13 yards on like a slant. So,
Yeah, wide open on that too.
hey, look at this. Look at this. That 3rd and 1 or whatever they were on. Look at that coverage. Look at that coverage, dude.
Yeah. Not as bad as the Joe Barry days, but
All
you'd
right.
like to see some
1st and 10,
press.
we hand the ball off to Jacobs here. He picks up like 4 yards. Ruined that for you a little bit, but it'll be okay.
One thing I want to say here, because the that slant on 1st and 10 to Jacobs kind of made me think about it. We're almost to the 4th quarter now in a playoff game where we're down 2 scores. we haven't seen anything new from the offense. LaFleur has not been saving anything. Like, it's just, this is the
Why?
offense. We're disjointed. We don't have rhythm.
Dude,
We don't have a go-to play.
Cody, I can't. We're done. We're done.
Over that fucking interception?
No, Jane Reed catches like a 15-yard pass, but then he immediately goes down with an injury.
Ooh, fuck yeah. He immediately grips his arm. God damn it. Are you fucking kidding? Dude, we're going to have to replace our whole goddamn receiving core this offseason. You're talking Watson, Dobbs, and Reed.
Dude, so we're down to Wicks is our wide receiver 1. We got Wicks, Bo Melton, Malik Heath.
I don't think we have anyone else active.
That's it. I think that's it for receivers. And we got Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft.
Yeah, I mean, maybe LaFleur will be forced to use Musgrave at this point. Yeah, Reed is not fucking moving his arm. He's done. He's done. How do you lose 3 receivers in 2 weeks?
It's fine. Like, we should be giving the ball to Jacobs anyway. 2-score game, I'm still giving the ball to fucking Jacobs. Except for we take him out of the game now.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge blow because, like, honestly, Reed.
This might force him to go into two tight end sets, which is fine with me. I've been wanting 2 tight end sets all year.
Dude, I would say that Reed and Kraft are the only.
But way too late. Jordan Love, what the fuck is your goddamn problem, dude? You had him 5 seconds earlier before you threw that ball.
Yep, I see it. Yep. Wait, oh my god.
Way too late. Way too fucking late. You get the ball to him early so that he can make a guy miss in space, not when he's got a receiver or a defender like honing in on him. Oh.
And not for nothing, like, he should have had an opportunity to run there too. Jordan Love does not want to run the ball, and frankly, in today's NFL, if you don't have a quarterback who runs, you're not going anywhere.
All right,
like,
3rd and 6, he's
like,
got to pick up first.
It's not like he's like unathletic. He could run if he wanted. It needs to be coached into him.
Dude, watch this throw. He picks up the first, but then I'm watching these replays. The dude throws it into like 5.
That was quadruple coverage, right?
Yeah, quadruple coverage. Like, Wicks comes down with it, but holy shit, was that a dangerous play.
Yeah. So to me, what this looks like is Philly doesn't. They don't think that Love is going to go through his reads. They think he's going to hone in on a guy.
Oh, thank God, dude. Wicks. So on this first down play, he throws it to Wicks, and Wicks grabs his helmet immediately, and I was like, "Are you serious? Are you serious?" But then he does pop up.
All right, so I don't like that. So this is 2 plays in a row now where Love is trying to thread a needle to Wicks through at least triple coverage. Like, dude, fucking Malik Heath has made some great catches this year. Give him a chance.
I like Malik Heath.
Like, dude, Love is just, he's regressed.
Yes,
there's no other way around it.
Keep going. Keep going.
It's a TD. Josh Jacobs, the beast.
Oh, he's short. They're gonna call him short. Shit.
You feed that man again. Get him the touchdown. I don't care if you got to go 4 times in a row.
Josh Jacobs wants to win.
He's about the only fucking guy on this offense who does.
Gets his goddamn undershirt ripped, and he's still fucking powering through. Yeah. Josh Jacobs got
This
12-inch
dude
cock
breaks
on him, man.
3-4 tackles on this run, and the thing is, that's not an exceptional run for him. That's routine, and that is why you cannot abandon the run. All right, get him his fucking touchdown. Technically that's the end of the third. I want to see a touchdown first play of the fourth. Dude, it really has. I'll say it's changed my view on roster building to see, particularly this last year. But then also, like, this last year has changed the context in which I viewed Gutekunst's whole tenure. I'm done with draft and develop, man. It's a crapshoot. Like, at best, you're hoping 50-50 chance you get someone good and he'll take a few years to develop, and then you got to pay him anyway. Like, just fuck it. Go get a proven guy in free agency or trade. All of our best players have been free agents. Gutekunst can sign a free agent. He knows how to get the right guys, the right fit. And they immediately come in and become the best guy on their unit. We got money to burn this upcoming off season. We don't have many of, our homegrown guys that I actually think are worth the money to re-sign. So fuck it, man. Sign free agents, trade players, get proven commodities. All right. So as we enter the fourth here, I'm going to take a quick rundown on the stats as you tinkle. Okay, we are back now.
All right, I'm back. First
Okay,
and goal.
dude, you missed like an impassioned plea where I was talking about my changed views on roster building, and to give you the short version, I think you just got to start going for the proven commodity, the free agents, and the trades.
Touchdown. He's in. Thank you.
Josh Jacobs, first and goal. Fighting for it. Touchdown.
We're only down by 6. We got a whole quarter, Cody. We're only down by 6. We're in it. We can do this.
Dude, I don't even care if, like, we talked about the chances of making the Super Bowl, let alone winning the Super Bowl. Kind of a miracle at this point. So yeah, winning today, all it would do is decrease our draft position. But I don't care. I want this victory for Josh Jacobs because that guy fucking deserves it.
I agree. I fucking wholeheartedly agree.
Like, seriously, man, he comes, like, he's been the heart and soul of this offense all year long.
Look,
just feed me. Like,
the only difference, by the way, between losing this game would be like a low 20s pick. Like, we'd get draft pick like 23, as opposed to winning and losing the next round where we'd get picked like 26, 27. The only difference in players at that point is like Jordan Morgan, who we took at 26, and like Brian Thomas Jr., who went at 23. That's like the only difference.
oh shit,
like,
man. I don't know if you just saw this infographic. That touchdown just gave Josh Jacobs the longest consecutive touchdown streak by a Packer all time.
Oh, good job. Good job. By the way, I just saw Jane Reed walk to the locker room.
Fuck him, dude. We don't. This. It's time to win
Hey,
with the blue
how about
bucket launch
how
pail
about the
guys.
defense gets a pick six and we just hold on to that for the
Yeah,
victory?
man. Where's Edge Cooper, man? I was expecting him to have a breakout game.
By the way, have you noticed that Watson's not on the IR? Like we list him as out, which means he's not on the IR. Why have we not like that? We could have opened up a roster spot.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Dude, at this point, it's gonna be the lunch pail guys, the gritty blue collar guys.
All right,
If we're gonna
defense.
win, it's Josh Jacobs, it's Tucker Kraft,
Come on.
it's Malik Heath. All right, defense,
They're
come on, don't let us
they're
down now.
targeting Dallas Goddard now.
Okay, Enigbare was coming with some nice speed off of that. Dude, we had Valentine and man coverage on Goddard, and he couldn't keep up with Goddard.
First and 10, they pick up a first down, first and 10 with Goddard.
Dude, that was a nice catch by Goddard. Actually, it was a one-hander.
Dude, we need a turnover in the worst way, man. We haven't gotten any turnovers in this game. And I just feel like the way Philly's playing now, like they're just not going to put their players in a position to get a turnover, really. Like they don't have to throw it deep. They're not in a position to like force the ball anywhere. So
Yeah, I mean, when you got Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts, you can go run heavy. It's going to reduce your chances of a turnover. But and that's like we got to stop him because a field goal does make it a two-score game again. So
yeah,
it's just you got to
I
stop.
mean, I mean, I think we get two possessions still left in this game. Like a field goal takes it to the wire, but even a touchdown, we're not like completely out of it. But that would literally mean that our last two possessions of the game, we got to get back to back touchdown drives. Is all. They did not give them a first down. It's 3rd and 1, but we're looking at tush push territory for back to back drives. So, and they are in tush push territory. But this team did stop them on the tush push in week 1, I think at least twice, maybe even 3 times.
Yeah, I actually saw TJ Slayton was a late substitution for this 3rd and 1.
Oh, they're going deep, you motherfucker!
All right, I'm going to try to predict what happened. All right. Wow, that is a hell of a fake. Okay, so it's just straight overthrown. He was targeting AJ Brown, Nixon in coverage. I was going to predict a Carrington Valentine breakup. I would have been wrong. 4th and 1, I bet you they go for it.
Yeah, they probably go for tush push here for sure. They get it. They get it. I hate Philly. I hate Philly. Quay Walker gets up there too, but he just gets kind of carried.
Dude, I feel like these past few, honestly, like Philadelphia has kind of been the pioneer on this front, and Detroit has adapted it. And I feel like more and more teams, like the league is changing in regards to what a 4th down means. And like it's actually gotten to the point where it's like, I think either you have a coaching staff who adapts to it, or like if it keeps being just a select few who do it and everyone else is afraid, the league is going to make a rule change.
Right.
Because like it's just you get to anything 4th and 3 or less, and like there's certain teams that it's just almost automatic.
Please let's be on Philly. Please 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 be on Philly.
Yeah, it's a late flag there. It was a
What?
dump off to Barkley.
Oh, Cody, they called unnecessary roughness on Keyshawn Nixon after the play. Come on. That's bullshit. It's the playoffs. It's the fucking playoffs. Soft ass refs.
He's a
Soft
fucking woman ref calling it.
Refs. Who called that? Was that the blonde fucking
Yep.
chick threw that flag?
This is playoffs. Get a real crew in.
Yeah, probably the blonde chick threw it.
My wife's staring me down right now like this isn't some fucking bullshit call.
It is a bullshit call.
Why doesn't your sex represent themselves well here? Hey, no one is stopping them from starting it. And of course,
Second and 4.
All right, well, that's a pretty good open field tackle. Was that Bullard?
Mm-hmm. It was Bullard. All right, well,
I just think if you never played football, you probably shouldn't be refereeing it in the playoffs.
I would agree. And yeah. All right, Cody. Well, they're gonna pick up a first down here, and they're in the red zone now. So at this point, like as I said, it's gonna be a 2-score game whether they score a touchdown or a field goal. A field goal obviously makes it a little bit easier because then you're not forced to get 2 straight touchdowns. But I really would like to hold them to a field goal here. A turnover would be fucking tits, but I'm not going to hold my breath on that. A field goal.
About the red zone interception I predicted for McKinney. I'll take that right now. Although if I'm Philly, I just keep running.
Now we got a flag for what? Another flag on this. Okay, it's on Philly. Good. When I look back and I think at some of the most critical calls in this game, they were all against Green Bay in this game.
Absolutely. Yeah, I go back to that first play of the game. I thought there was clear and obvious video evidence that it was not Philly's ball. Instead, they give it to them, they turn it into a touchdown, and we're talking a 6-point game right now. It was horseshit.
It would be 10-9. We'd be up by 1 point. First and 20 with 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. If we at least get them in a position where they might have to throw, we could maybe get an interception. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this. Hurts has not really thrown any questionable balls today.
This defense has been swarming. It's been a good defense today, man. To say you've held Philly to 16 points with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, I'd be like, I like our chances. I really like our chances.
Yeah.
All right. A little underneath route. We kind of just give it to them. We're looking at 2nd and 12 now. We kind of gave up that entire first down play back to them. 2nd and 12. Hurts under center. Barkley to his left.
Yeah. See, actually, I don't know if I agree with that play call by Halfley. So, like you said, we kind of gave up the underneath stuff. A field goal still makes it a 2-score game.
I think this
Why
is
the hell not bring pressure here?
I think this is holding on Philly. Yep. Good. Let's back them motherfucker up some more. Yep. Rashawn Gary gets kind of dragged down by Dickerson. Sean Gary should step on his fucking hand.
Dude, I would like to be bringing blitzes here because the field goal still makes it
If
two
they
score.
if they somehow miss a field goal, like
Oh
that's
yeah, like we did
huge.
when we missed that fucking 28-yarder or whatever.
Yep.
How different would this game be if McManus didn't miss that?
Be a one-score game. Even if they hit a field goal here, it's a one-score game. Timeout, Philly. 2nd and 22. 9 minutes to go in the game. What did I say, Cody? In the pregame, I said I don't want to play from behind the whole game. When's besides the Saints game on Monday night, have we played with a lead since then? Were
We only play with a lead against bad teams.
we were up with a lead for a little bit against Chicago for like a little while. We did not play with a lead against Minnesota. And we haven't played with a lead at all in this game.
Yeah, I mean, for this game to be a 6-point game, having that bullshit fumble and Love throwing an interception and having what very clearly should have been an interception on our part that just
Don't give
somehow
him
wasn't
that.
called.
Don't give him that. I'm gonna lose my
Right.
voice by the time this game's over.
2nd and 22. Hurts drops back. All right, we give him an easy 6-7 yards.
Yeah, now they're in a third manageable. 3rd and 13. Stop them, please. Fucking
Yeah,
get the
actually, that
balls.
would have been the time to blitz there because we could have had a chance to take them out of field goal range.
Yeah, I know. What are we doing? Oh, QB sneak, get there. Good job, X. Yeah. We stop them. Thank God. I need a beer.
All right, yeah, no, that was all Xavier McKinney just maintaining excellent pursuit on that design QB keeper, puts him in a 4th down. You know, maybe we come up with a block field goal here. Doubtful. I do like on this replay, you can see McKinney ripping at the ball. We haven't seen that very much this game. He is one defender who's trying to get that ball out.
We need a turnover in like the worst way, dude.
And Philly makes the field goal. 9-point game. Halfway through the 4th. Essentially, what we need here is we need to put up points on this coming drive. We need to basically get a 3 and out. You know, maybe they can get 1 first down. And then we need to go get the game-winning points on the next drive. You know, I'm going to get a preemptive beer on this commercial because I feel like I'm going to need it no matter how this ends.
Oh, well, that sucks. So, 2-score game, 9 minutes ago. Field goal. Field goal sets up a vision where things go right, we have to march down. We have to get a touchdown here, and then the extra point. It makes it a 2-score game. And at that point, you're looking at 3 or 4 minutes left, which is fine as long as it's over 2 minutes. We got all 3 timeouts. You're gonna have to get them to a 3-and-out though. 3-and-out, punt the ball back. Down by 2, you can march down. You can get a game-winning field goal to advance you, like as time's expiring. That's like best case scenario at this point. Got to get a touchdown on this drive though. Like you could get a field goal, but then you're looking at getting a 3-and-out and then having next to no time left and then having to force yourself to get a touchdown. So I don't know if AJ Brown's got a catch tonight. Well, that's weird. Dude, no, I'll wait till you get this headset on. Did you see that at all?
Is AJ Brown just reading a book on the sideline?
Yeah, he's literally reading a fucking book out there.
That's embarrassing. Like, fucking, we're letting them be so calm and relaxed. They're fucking leisurely reading books.
I like knock on wood when I say this, but does AJ Brown have a catch in this game? He's got one.
He does. He does.
One. I think he's got one catch. All right, so
I'll say this about Halfley, man. Anytime we've faced a team with like 2 elite receivers, he's actually done a really good job of limiting them.
Jacobs is hurt.
Jake, all right. I just watched the first down with Emmanuel Wilson.
Yeah, because Jacobs is on sideline hurt. He's trying to walk it off right now, but he's hurt.
He probably took a nut shot.
Well, yeah, he'll probably be back in, but
yeah, dude, you know that guy is hungry enough. He's gonna force his way in the game, even if he is hurt.
So I was running by everyone, or myself and you, when like rest of the game, this is how it's gotta go. Best case scenario, we go down, we have to get a touchdown on this drive. There's no other way. We gotta get a touchdown. There does exist a path if we get a field goal, but touchdown puts us in a better spot. We have to score with over 2 minutes to go. And then we get the 2-minute warning plus 2 timeouts, and then they get the ball back. We have to stop them on a 3-and-out, and then we can get the ball back and get down.
I want to stop you here because I'm about to see a 3rd and 3 here. This is a big play. Loving the shotgun. He's calling an audible.
We do not get it. We don't even get shit. We don't get shit, Cody.
Okay, we try to run Emmanuel Wilson, and he probably loses a yard on this.
All right. I mean, this is a game right here, probably, for all intents and purposes.
No, it absolutely is. And that is an interesting decision to run behind our backup left guard.
Without Josh Jacobs.
4th and 3, man. This is the season. This is all year. Every week that we've watched.
Did they not give us that? Did they not give us that? They said he was incomplete. Shit, he was out of bounds. Malik Heath. He was out. He was out.
Yeah.
Game.
It's literally you're talking 2-3 inches there, but that's clearly out of bounds. And yeah, it would have to be some sort of bonkers Seattle kind of bullshit to come back at this point. That was season on the line. 4th and 3. We go to Malik Heath. You would think, like, I get that we're down a lot of receivers. They're probably going to be doubling and tripling Wicks. You would think Love would have 3 yards of running room. We haven't seen Love scramble once this whole game.
He did. He had one. It was actually a really good scramble.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, he had one scramble up the middle. That was a good one. It was a good, and he didn't slide. He went forward trying to get the first. That was a good scramble. But I said it before, dude. Like today's NFL, like you can't have fucking Drew Bledsoe back there. You can't. You need to be. It literally every third down, scrambling needs to be option 1B. That's how the league is built now. And my Love isn't an elite scrambler, but I don't think he's helpless. I don't think he's a statue in the pocket. I think it's a coaching thing.
He should scramble more than what he does. So they're in like field goal range like already. I don't know like what exists at this point for us to even potentially win this game because we have 3 timeouts, but there's 5 minutes to go. So you're looking at you have to get 3 and out here. Like they can't pick up a first down. You hold them to a field goal. Hope they miss, but even if they don't, you're looking at 2 touchdowns. Like, dude, and you know it's gonna be a first down, and you know it's gonna be a run. You still gonna give up 5 yards on a first down run. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, so we could give up a field goal, and it's still a 2-score game. So it's not, just outrageously out of reach, but you kind of got it. Just with the time left, you got to get a 3. Dude, Jesus Christ, we call a timeout with 5 minutes left. That's unusual.
We're trying to hold it to them now, I guess.
May as well. Time is time. Doesn't matter if it's 2 minutes left or 5 minutes left. Second and 5.
We do a really good job holding them there.
What? Pistol for.
What? Are you serious? Are you serious? That's game. That's game. For what? This fucking world is soft as shit these days.
Bro, are you calling unnecessary roughness on a running back? Are you kidding me?
You're in the playoffs, and you're gonna call unnecessary. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck the NFL these days. Bullshit. That's bullshit. It's
That's a
bullshit.
pretty terrible way for the game to end, man. Refs gonna call unnecessary roughness on a defensive lineman pushing a running back down. That's the image the NFL wants to put out.
The refs didn't even blow the whistle. You didn't even blow the whistle. You play until the whistle's over. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Find
Dude,
Brad Allen's
it was
family.
literally
Find
bullshit
his
from the
whole
first
family.
fucking snap of this game.
Find
We
his
knew we were
address.
playing Philly and the rest today.
Find his address. Find what he loves the most. Take it away from him. Hey, we have 75 yards of penalties, which matches our season high, they just said.
That's kind of wild, dude. There hasn't even been a pass interference penalty. Usually those are the big chunk ones. But you had the bullshit they called non-necessary roughness on Nixon that shouldn't have been called. Called that one that shouldn't have been called. Dude, refs have clearly been in the pocket of Philly this game. We have not gotten a positive call all game long.
Well, you know this is gonna be a run. At this point, you gotta punch the ball out. Do your best to punch the ball out at this point. Call a timeout. So the only avenue to victory for us is holding the field goal. You gotta go down. You gotta get a touchdown real quick. Then we gotta get an onside kick. We're gonna have not now. We have to rely on the onside kick.
Yeah, I really hate the way that the league has changed rules of just onside kicks are almost a nothing chance at this point. The onside kicks used to be somewhat exciting because you're like, you know what, man? It could happen. There's a 15-20% chance it could happen. And the rule changes have just almost totally negated it. It's bad for the sport. The league needs to find a different alternative to
You
onside
can't
kicks.
even you can't even do an onside kick unless you announce it beforehand. You have to tell the other team that
Dude,
you're doing it.
literally one of the most iconic Super Bowl plays of all time when the New Orleans Saints opened the second half with a surprise onside kick. That never would have happened with these current bullshit rules.
You can't because they would tell you Quay Walker's hurt now.
Yeah.
Walker's hurt really bad and he's out there right now. Walker can't even walk. Get him out of the game. For real.
Yeah, man. At this point, it's Quay Walker being out there right now. It's not going to save our season.
Are they going to go for it? No, they can't. That's fucking stupid. Yeah, Walker's down. Get him out of the game.
I don't want to see him missing time next year because of some stupid decision right now.
He's not under contract unless we extend him, right? Or no? It's his fourth year next year.
Yeah, he'll be under contract next year. It would be his last year.
So let me ask you. We have two players eligible for a fifth-year extension, Walker and Devontae Wyatt. Do you offer that fifth-year extension to either of them?
I don't think either of them have earned it.
I probably don't either. I probably let them play out this fourth year and I see what they do and make a decision.
I mean, it's those are two big. Those are starters on the defense that you got to plug those holes if you don't re-sign them. But I think those dollars. I think a lot of teams end up paying their own just to keep their own, and you'd be better to just take the chance on a free agent from another team and whatever. Maybe you end up with a whole inside linebacker, but it means you get a better wide receiver. Like you spend money on good players. Bottom line.
Please miss it. Please miss the kick. 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 They're gonna take the delayed game. Dude, it's that first play of the game, Cody. They keep showing the replays of that. If we did not fumble that first play of the game, this is a whole different ball game, Cody. We actually played a really good defensive game today. One of the best I've seen all year. Which are you surprised though? This is Packer football. This is Packer football. They play just good enough to like make you regret being a Packer fan. They do. Like they just give you just not be like, man, we're almost there. We're almost there.
Dude, and it's always like one side of the ball
yeah.
plays a really good game and the other side lets them down.
They can't play a complete game. They can't play complementary football ever. They just can't. It's always one or the other. They make the kick, it's 10-22. 3 minutes to go in the game. Our only path, we have one timeout and the 2-minute warning. Our only path to victory at this point is a touchdown, followed by a successful onside kick, and then another touchdown.
Man, I'm looking at this game like you go on the road against the number 2 seed, and an offense as good as Philadelphia's. You hold them to 22 despite the opening kickoff fumble. This game is on the offense. Just like the 49ers divisional game was on the offense. Just like fuck. You can even look at the Tampa Bay NFC Championship game. Yeah, we put up a decent amount of points, but it came down to the red zone and we couldn't convert a third down, so we kicked a field goal instead of going for, like, it's this fucking Matt LaFleur era again and again and again. We get into the playoffs and our offense cannot put up enough points against the top defenses. I'm sick of it. Fuck Matt LaFleur. Fuck him. I'm done with Matt LaFleur. I want Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson would be a better option for us.
If you take away the Dallas game, I can't think of any playoff game where the offense has just been like, holy shit, fucking amazing.
Dude, in the Dallas game, if you recall, like we were getting a bunch of defensive turnovers early on, and that's what kind of opened it up. Matt LaFleur is good when he can play from ahead.
Yeah, fuck you, Jordan Love.
Was he throw a goddamn? I'm looking at 1st and 10, empty backfield.
You got sacked. Oh, Josh Myers is hurt. Good. Let's fucking just the whole goddamn team hurt before the end of the game. It's dumb. I fucking hate this season. This season's goddamn.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. Let's get Josh Myers hurt so no one signs him in free agency and we don't get a comp pick.
Oh, look who hurt him. Travis Glover. Or Telfort. I am good. I don't want to win this game. I just want to be done watching Packer football for like 8 months. I'm done with this. This is fucking stupid.
Dude, I'm fucking I'm not overreacting. I'm not being emotional. You know, so many fans are like, "Oh, you know, you're fortunate to be a Packers fan and to go to the playoffs every year. You know, you don't know how bad it could be. Bullshit. Okay, I'm not happy with going to the
No,
wild card round every year.
my
Matt LaFleur ain't it. He's
my
not the answer.
issue with that is when you look at these other teams. So take Philly for example. The team we're playing. Take Philly. Philly is really good. They make the playoffs a lot, but then when they suck, they really fucking suck for like 1 or maybe 2 years. What happened when they really sucked? They got Jalen Carter for a fucking draft pick, man. And then they went and they got Jalen Hurts, who turned out to be
Well,
okay.
dude, and also Philly is a great example. Look, Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl for them. Didn't stop them from firing him. They hire Nick Sirianni, and he didn't win the Super Bowl, but he took them to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs in his second season, and he very well could take them to the Super Bowl this season. Like it, I always use the example of the Broncos when they had Peyton Manning, and I believe it was they had John Fox as the head coach, kept taking them to the playoffs, couldn't get him over the hump, fired him, brought in Gary Kubiak. They win it all. Sometimes you have a guy who's good, but he's not great. And when you just keep him around for 6, 7 years and the results aren't changing, that's on organizational management at that point. Like if you really think it's just if we give him 12 years it'll happen, then you're saying that it's not actually skill. You're saying it's luck. You're saying you get to the dance and it's luck. And I don't believe that, because you look at teams like the Patriots and the Chiefs, and you get these dynasties that it's the small clutch moments where they have the guys that are just a little bit better and they make the right decisions and it makes the difference. And fucking Matt LaFleur is not that guy, and I'm done with him.
I don't disagree with you on that.
And the terrible thing is, I actually like Jeff Halfley, man. I think Jeff Halfley coming in his first year, I think he did a baller job without, like, he didn't even get, he didn't get any handpicked guys. He didn't get a first round pick to help transform his defense. He made do. Oh yeah, great. Josh Myers being carted off.
Yeah, he's
But
gone.
so Jeff Halfley, he comes in and he makes us a top 5 defense year one, and he's missing so many pieces. So like I'm done with LaFleur. I
Hey,
would love to hire Ben Johnson and keep Jeff Halfley, but I know
Malik
that's never
Keith
gonna
catches
happen.
this pass for deep, and I bet it comes back for holding. Bet it comes back for holding. Yeah. All that.
It's probably offensive pass
Oh man, I
interference.
call that shit. I I hate watching football. It's dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna call that.
You know what I'm gonna do all off season? Waiting for next season. We're gonna watch Vince Lombardi's Packers. Also looks like Jacobs is just like done for the game because he's not in the game either at this point. So
Yeah, I mean he was banged up on the side. God damn, a fucking bad snap. Are you kidding me? Who do we have at center right now replacing Myers?
we have Jacob Monk. We have Jacob Monk in there. Jordan
And
Love's
Love is
shaking
hurt
up
now
too.
too.
Yeah. Love is fucked up right now. He's pretty fucked up, whatever he's dealing with. I think it's his elbow again. Love needs to hit the weight room in the offseason. He kind of looks like a scrawny little bitch.
Yeah, he ain't no Josh Allen.
3rd and 23. We'll 2 minutes and 31 to go. Down by 12 points. Jordan Love, shotgun, one to the right. It's not Josh Jacobs back there. We throw a fucking dump screen, though. It somehow does go for a first down. All right. First down, Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, dude, look at Fangio's defense right now. He's playing 15, 20 yards off the line of scrimmage. Like, he will be happy to let us take 10 or 15 yards at a time. Because we could march down this field and put up a touchdown, and it doesn't fucking matter because we have one timeout. Even if we got an onside kick, we went on the road and we held this Philly offense to 22, and our offense has put up 10 fucking points, and that's the bottom line. The offense didn't do enough. That's been the MO.
Yeah. Hey, Cody, you're right. You're not going to win any playoff games while only scoring 10 points in the playoffs.
Bro, it's been the fucking situation in all our games against Detroit and Minnesota of like, yeah, we put up some late points when they were playing soft prevent, but like you look at the first half, where like if you're not competitive in the first half, it is extremely rare that you're actually going to come back and win. Like if you get blown out in the first half, like we have against Detroit and Minnesota, chances you come back very low. And the fact is, this offense has not been good enough. The defense, on the whole, has been. I mean, it's just look at the fucking raw statistics: points allowed and points scored. Our defense is better than our offense this year. Who would have fucking guessed that? Jeff Hafley's first year, Jair Alexander out more than half the year. Kenny Clark and Rashawn Gary playing like dog shit. Fucking Quay Walker missing a bunch of time. Devontae Wyatt missing a bunch of time. And Jeff Hafley still puts up a better fucking defense than Matt LaFleur puts for offense.
I can't even defend you. I can't even defend him at this point. You're right.
I'm so fucking sick of it, man.
We need,
dude. The last time I really felt like we should have won a Super Bowl in 2020 in that NFC Championship game against Tampa. Like that was our time. And then 2021 we had an excellent team that we probably would have had a good chance at a Super Bowl. And then the offense couldn't fucking do shit in the playoffs.
What pisses me off more than ever is the fucking Tampa game at the end when Matt LaFleur decides to think he thought it was a good idea to fucking kick a goddamn field goal instead of going for it there, like towards the end of the game. It changed.
Dude, and how many games are you gonna get? Fucking Jair Alexander has 2 second half interceptions against Tom Brady, the GOAT, and we couldn't cash that in.
We did nothing. We had 2 3-and-outs off both of them. Well, that's intercepted, and that is game.
Really? Love throws an interception here. Great.
Jordan Love has 0 touchdowns and 3 interceptions in this game. Oh, that's Quinion Mitchell's first career interception, by the way. He's in triple coverage. Jordan Love throws it in triple coverage.
He's been doing that all season, man.
Also, arguably, potentially pass interference on Zach Bond, but they're not going to call that.
Dude, how wild is that Zach Bond is keeping pace with Bo Melton there? He is right there, step for step.
Well, that's
Like
gonna be a game,
I
Cody.
was Matt
We
LaFleur
have
scheming up routes where the fucking inside linebacker can keep pace with one of your fastest wide receivers.
he's a rookie this year, right?
Who?
Bong, or was he a rookie last year?
No. He's been around the league for a while.
Okay.
He was misused in New Orleans. I think they used him as an edge rusher, and he was never very good. And then when he came to Philly, Vic Fangio made him an inside linebacker, and he literally just made the All Pro team.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, it's gonna be a game, Cody, and we're not even gonna call timeouts now. We have one timeout. We're not even gonna call it. We are. It's season. That is done. We have lost 10-22.
I mean, dude, like you, game one against Philly was way closer,
Dude,
and
Saquon, watch this play. Saquon could have just busted this for like an 80-yard touchdown instead he decides to just go down.
oh god damn, wow, yeah, you are not wrong. That
Yeah,
should have been a big ass touchdown there.
that was easily a touchdown.
All right, man. Well, as I was saying before that, frankly, embarrassing. Like that's just like they just feel sorry for us at this point. Um, God damn. But I mean, like I was saying, the first game against Philly in week one was way closer. And then I start looking at, our last month of football leading up to the playoffs. And yeah, we dominated New Orleans Saints, who were playing like their fucking third string, the JV. Other than that, dude, our offense has looked like dog shit for a month. And it I don't know, man. To me it's insanity to just expect it's going to get better next year. I mean, Watson we already know is probably going to be out minimum half the year if not longer.
Yeah, he's gonna start. I guarantee he starts the year off on the um
PUP.
the PUP.
Yeah.
Guarantee it. And then you know how it goes when these guys are coming back from an ACL tear plus more. Like
Yeah.
they come back, but they're not the same the first year. They're not gonna
Yeah.
be. He's not gonna be a game changer the first year. He'll be a guy. He will be a
Yeah.
guy. But we should go with this, by the way. Like
So
because we should go
what?
there.
What'd you say?
First of all, I'm like watching the RV Super Show thing, like in Syracuse. And I'm like, I'm just gonna go spend like $100,000 on the RV.
Oh,
And
I was seeing a different commercial. I was seeing a Mazda dealership
oh,
commercial.
you're in. Well, it's because you're in Buffalo. I'm in
Yeah.
Syracuse. But yeah, um, yeah. I mean, yeah, we can't rely on Watson for anything next year. And I
Yeah. Well, so yeah,
like,
Watson, I'm just taking him out next year. I'm assuming he's not even going to be a factor next year. Reed, we have no idea what that injury is. Like, what if he just broke his arm? You know,
he'll probably be
that
back,
could be a
but
whole offseason of rehab, sets him behind in his development. Dobbs, this dude's clearly got concussion issues.
I don't want Dobbs back. Like I think this year has proven that Dobbs is going to be the receiver that I'm okay with letting go. Like too injury prone. His
I mean,
fucking
he
brain,
had a
his
baller
brain is
playoff
mashed
season
potatoes.
last year, but
His brain is mashed potatoes at this point. I'm not paying a guy like $25 million for a dude who's got mashed potatoes for brains. Like I'm just not gonna do it. Like like you, it's a cutthroat business in the NFL, and I feel bad for guys that get hurt. But you like a big part of getting paid is being healthy. You have to find ways to stay healthy. And the guys who just get concussions or get constantly injured, you're just you're just not reliable. You're not going to get a big contract if you're not reliable. And sometimes that's super unfair, but it's the NFL. It is what it is. Like there's a little bit of luck that kind of goes in with being a superstar. Josh Allen doesn't get paid fucking $60 million a year if he gets hurt. He just doesn't. He finds ways to stay healthy.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, that was one of the big knocks on Lamar Jackson. Really, just up into the last couple of years, he could not stay healthy for a full season.
Yeah, he got hurt in that playoff game against Buffalo, actually, where he got the concussion. He was out, and it's like the reason they lost that game.
Yeah, dude. I don't like. To me, right now, I'm looking at this team, and it's like, how do you get over the hump? How do you bypass Minnesota and Detroit in the division? How do you compete against the Philadelphias and the San Franciscos in the playoffs? And it's like we need a more dominant offense. Like we need an offense that even Rodgers MVP years. You look at the Niners game and we held them to fucking 13 points or whatever and still couldn't win. Like we need an offense that can just go take the game by the throat and just absolutely dominate. And how do you achieve that next year? Like if you're trying to make that transformation in 1 year, what do? Because Christian Watson, he's probably out. Josh Myers, he's probably out. So that's 2 starters
Josh
gone.
Allen's contract's up this year. Or Josh Allen's contract's up this year, I think.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like his contract's up, and he just suffered an injury, so he's probably gone. We're probably not re-signing him. So you're looking at least one offensive line starter, at least one wide receiver starter.
I think we're looking at 2. I really think we're looking at 2. Like,
Well, I'm right now. I'm
what's
just
Rasheed
literally
Walker's
talking
status?
to
What's
guys
Rasheed
who are
Walker's
like we
status?
lost their snaps. I'm not even talking guys we need to upgrade because we need to upgrade Sean Ryan. We need to upgrade Rasheed Walker. We need to upgrade
Josh Myers.
all of our wide receivers. And then fucking Josh Jacobs, our most reliable guy. Our most reliable guy. Are you confident he puts up this season again next year? Like this was a hell of a season, man. You think
No,
how
because
it's hard to
no,
do that
no,
2
because
years in a row.
what happens if he gets fucking hurt early in the year? I always think about that. Like, what happens if these players get hurt? What if Xavier McKinney gets hurt early in the year? What if Josh Jacobs gets hurt early in the year? Changes your whole season at that point.
Dude, honestly at this point I mean we're financially committed to Love for the next few years. Can't get out of his contract.
Not without cap hell. It makes no
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. So we're with him for I think 2027 is the earliest that it would even be possible to get out of it.
Look, I was listening to lots of podcasts of his last week. I was going gun ho on Packers because I knew that I might be one and done in playoffs. They all reinforced that this was like a 3-year plan for Green Bay. That like last year was supposed to be a growth year. The fact that Green Bay made the playoffs and went to the second round was like super unexpected. So like people's hopes this year were even bigger than like what they ever should have been. Like last year, we like shouldn't have ever made the playoffs. Like just getting kind of close was going to be good enough. And then this year we're supposed to be like making the playoffs and like maybe like a first or second round exit, which is what happened. And then next year was supposed to be the year that like we're 3 years into this like post Rogers era, and like 3 years in is like when we're supposed to see like real dividends, which is kind of like the Detroit Lions system. It's like Dan Campbell's thing. Like it took him 3 years to like be a
Yeah.
powerhouse.
I mean, dude, I don't disagree. And like when Love first took over for Rodgers, we had conversations about it, and that seemed like the most sensible thing. I think we both eyed 2025 as the year. But the thing about that 3-year plan is when you look at our contracts and the young guys you got to pay, like the guys you would actually want to pay, like you want to pay a Zach Tom. Prior to today, I thought we would want to pay at least one between Christian Watson and Romeo Dobbs. Now I'm not so sure. But you got contract decisions on Quay Walker, Devontae White. Without getting into all the contract details at this point, what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, that 3-year plan is realistic, but it means that next year is actually the only year that's part of the window. And then you got to start paying dudes, and we're back to square one, where it's like, all right, well, now we're back to not having cap money, and you got to hope you draft well. So if next year is the only year, I don't want to sound down on Love, because I do believe Love can be a franchise quarterback. I think he showed that last year. I think what he showed in the second half of the season was an elite level of play. We're talking top 5 quarterback in the league. Um, I don't know, like maybe some of that was luck. Maybe he doesn't reach that again. But I do think it's totally fair to expect him to play at like a top 8 level. I think he can be a difference making quarterback.
I think
But
you're getting
I
a
don't think
guy.
he's going to be I don't think he's going to be Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. Like he will not put the team on his back, I don't think. I think we need a better team around him, and if we got 1 year to do that before you got to start fucking paying dudes again, how do you do it? What is the plan on how we're going to put together this elite team for next year, which is supposed to be the window?
I look at the draft and I look at the free agency. Well, man,
Dude,
I don't
what is the last draft pick that Goot had that came in and played Pro Bowl year one?
well, hold on. Like I can push back on that a little bit because I will say right now that I thought Edrin Cooper and Evan Williams were slam dunk home run picks. Like if
I
they were
think Edge Cooper is a decent argument.
healthy all
Evan
year,
Williams,
they're healthy all year, and we played them from like week one. Like, yeah, both of those guys were
well, hey,
probably.
hey, 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 dude, I don't care about if ifs and buts were candy nuts, we'd all have Merry Christmas. This coaching staff has proven again and again that they do not like playing rookies from week one. And I'm not talking about the potential for their career. I'm talking about their actual results for the total year in 2025. So if we draft a rookie next year, I'm talking about a guy who's going to come in and help us win enough games to go to the Super Bowl next year.
Uh, I think we need veteran guys to get us to the Super Bowl. To be honest, like I just do. I think we need to sign veteran guys to get us to the Super Bowl. Like proven guys. I don't want to rely on a rookie. I just don't want like we're the youngest team in the league by far. I don't want
Yo,
to
bro,
rely
bro,
on
bro,
a
bro.
rookie to come in
I
and get
don't
us
know if you
there.
saw this statistic. So last year was the youngest, like when we went into the playoffs, we were the youngest team in the Super Bowl era to make the playoffs. This year, we're the second youngest team in the Super Bowl era to make the playoffs.
We're younger this year than we were last year.
No, that's not true. Last
Are
year
you
we were younger.
are you sure?
Yeah.
We got rid of fucking old guys this year or last year, and even got younger this year. I think.
I I know, but you got to think about the majority of the roster aging 1 year. takes that average up.
We also got rid of like Preston Smith and all them, but okay, yeah, makes sense. Yes. Do you resign? You know what? I'm gonna save that for a fucking off-season podcast. I'm not.
Yeah, we got plenty of fucking off-season podcasts to come. All right. Well, yeah. Let's. Do we want to run through the stats for this game? And even though we lost, do we want to give out some honorable game balls?
Yeah, I guess so. Why not? Last game of the season, right? Fuck it, whatever. I gotta fucking deal with that little kid running, coming to school with a Jalen Hurts jersey.
You just fucking fart in a jar and give it to him. Say I had captured some air from Philadelphia and thought I'd give it to you as a gift.
Look, Jordan Love is the highest paid quarterback in the league still, I believe, right?
No, Dak Prescott passed him.
Did he? Okay, so he's second. All right. Well, Jordan Love is Dak Prescott 2.0 right now. In this playoff game, he had 212 yards passing, 0 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. 3 interceptions. Also took 2 sacks, and his QB rating was a massive, super impressive 41.5.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Jalen Hurts, 13 of 21, 131 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, 111 QB rating. Saquon Barkley, 25 carries, 119 yards rushing.
Actually, real quick, I want to jump in there. I don't think we made Jalen Hurts make a difficult throw all night.
No, because like AJ
Brown, they took what we gave them.
Yeah.
And it was like the defense did their job. Like we didn't give up too much, but like Philly was like when our offense couldn't perform, Philly was happy to take what was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he just took what was there and carved us up. He also had 6 carries for 36 yards. Flip side, Josh Jacobs had 18 carries for 81 yards. It was okay. He had a touchdown on the night too. Receiving, Philly's leading receiver was Devonta Smith, four catches for 55 yards. Second was Dallas Goedert, 4 for 47. AJ Brown
had 1 fucking catch, 10 yards. Jesus.
Yep. Yeah, just 1 on 3 targets too. Like,
dude, you look at our banged up ass secondary, starting Carrington Valentine and Keyshawn Nixon at our outside corners.
We did that without Jair.
Yeah, and their leading receiver had 55 yards. Dude, this defense played their fucking hearts out tonight.
Yeah, it was the offense that fucking, and we said it during the game. We cannot play complementary football. It's either the defense plays good or the offense plays good. We cannot have both play good at the same time. And that's until we can get both sides to play good football at the same time, we're not going to do shit. We will make the playoffs, but we will not make a run in the playoffs until both sides play well. Because when one side plays good and the other side doesn't, that's good enough to beat bad teams, but it's not good enough to beat good teams. So you're going to beat the majority of teams who are like a tier below, and you'll make the playoffs. But the second you go up against a team that can do a little bit of both, you will fucking lose every time. And that's the story of this year's Packer team. We have never put it together in the same. The closest we got was the New Orleans game, and that's only because they had fucking third stringers in there, which almost doesn't count. If you take away that game, the only other game that I feel like we came close to doing that is the Seattle game. We played really good in the Seattle game, who was a borderline playoff team.
Yeah. Honestly, Seattle and Arizona, probably our most complete games of the year. Well, I'll add the Saints in too, but like you said, like they, I don't even know if the Saints should count, dude. Like we're not even talking just the quarterback was injured. Like it was like their fucking practice squad we were playing against.
All right. All right. I'll just finish up going through the stats. Jane Reed, 4 for 46. Josh Jacobs, 3 for 40. Wicks, 2 for 39. Kraft, 5 for 26. So Kraft caught all of his balls, by the way. He was 5 for 5, only 26 yards. He only averaged 5 yards per catch, which needs to be better than that.
Dude, I don't even care though. Like that doesn't sound impressive, but if he catches 5 for 5 at 5 yards a pop, like a tight end doesn't need to be a game breaker. He just needs to move the chains, and 2 catches at 5 yards a pop is a first down.
We went into this game with Watson hurt, and then we also lost Dobbs, and we lost Reed, and we had all these
Luke Musgrave. Luke Musgrave, not a single target. I never even saw him out there.
He didn't even have a target. Didn't see him on those 2 tight end sets. Like,
dude, I literally don't know if he had a snap. I never saw him out there. And he's a guy, he was a high second round pick. Like he's a guy that like you should be drawing up specific plays for.
The forced fumble on the kick return on the first play of the game, that was credited to Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
I would have to double check, but I do recall watching the draft in the 3rd round. He was on our radar, and I don't remember if he went just before we took Tyron Hopper or if he went after. But I know they were both 3rd round picks, and Tyron Hopper hasn't even seen the fucking field this year.
I would agree. He only saw it like second or the second to last game of the year where we were in garbage time, and he got some time out there.
Yeah.
Let's see, anything else? Oh, defense. Corey Walker was our leading tackler on defense. Reed Blankenship was the leading tackler on Philly. Nolan Smith Jr. had 2 sacks tonight. He had both of the sacks on Love. He's a man. By the way, didn't we have a chance at Nolan Smith, by the way, in the draft too?
I believe we did. I think he went late 1st round. He didn't have a dominant year or anything. Like I was looking at his stats, I think he only had like 6.5 sacks this year. But if you put him on the Packers, like all of a sudden, it's like, oh wow, this is one of our best players. But yeah, dude, he had that one where he just fucking whipped Zach Tom badly. And I don't recall where the other came.
Also, not for nothing, let me just say this. I cannot believe that Telfort was not the first option for the coaching staff into the game. Like, why was
dude? That's what. So this fucking coaching staff, they've shown a history of like if you want to go back to the early LaFleur years, when Gutekunst actually he kind of developed a habit of bringing in an established, like veteran backup tackle, and if you recall, LaFleur played, I think it was oh fuck, what was his name? I don't know. He played some backup over Billy Turner. Or no, they moved Billy Turner, who had been a right tackle for us all year. They switched him over to left tackle in the Tampa game, and he got eaten alive. And it's weird. It's weird that we make these playoff decisions of like, hey, a guy hasn't played this position all year. Let's try it out now. Because Travis Glover, unless I'm insane, he had no significant snaps at left guard. Let alone, like, he didn't have any significant snaps, period, in the year. Kadeem Telfort, I do distinctly remember, we would bring him in as a backup sometimes when guys got injured. He wasn't great, but he wasn't, like, atrocious. Travis Glover, he comes in, he gets 3 holding penalties within, like, 2 series, and we pull him.
Yeah. And that, like, those could have been scoring drives, man. Those could have been scoring drives. Could change the whole dynamic of this game. I just had
Jordan
this
Morgan
feeling.
being hurt, like, I think that's actually a really understated point of this game. Jordan Morgan going to the IR, our first round pick, really not contributing that much this year, but leaving us with 7th round and undrafted talent to come in and play starting snaps against the Philly defense.
Does it make you wonder if we should have re-signed John Runyon?
I don't think Runyon was worth the money he got, but you remember we were watching the draft together. I was surprised by the Jordan Morgan pick. And when you look at I focus a lot more on interior linemen rather than offensive tackles because I knew that Josh Myers' contract was coming up and that Sean Ryan had only been a part-time starter and all that. And you look at a guy like Zach Frazier, who went in the 2nd round to Pittsburgh. Dude played all year at like a Pro Bowl level for them. Or you can look at Graham Barton. We had a shot at Graham Barton in the 1st round. A lot of people mocked him to us. We passed on him. He goes to Tampa, and he played over 1,000 snaps as their starting center and was a great player for them. And, Tampa's still in the playoffs right now. Jordan Morgan, I don't know, man. I hope he proves me wrong, but it was a bit of a head-scratcher pick at the time, and his first year left a lot of questions.
We only draft him because he's fucking versatile and he can play across the line. That's the only reason we draft dudes who are just versatile, regardless of, like, there's something to be said about just drafting a guy who's like a pure center and is just like that's the only position he plays. Like, but he does it so good that, like, you can't deny him anywhere else.
Or dude, like, whenever we draft these versatile guys, we seem to only care about them if they can play outside and inside, which usually that means they're not playing either of them at a top level. Well, versatile can mean multiple things. Graham Barton, he came into Tampa and he's played center for them at a very high level. Who's to say he can't play guard? He was a left tackle in college. So you're telling me he couldn't play guard as well as center? Like, we just don't seem to put a lot of value on the interior offensive line. We only want guys who have a shot at playing outside. And, like, frankly, Zach Tom, I think, is worth re-signing. I wouldn't quite call him an elite tackle yet. He's certainly not at the David Bakhtiari level. I don't think he's at the Brian Bulaga level either. He's not Chad Clifton. He's not Mark Tauscher.
He was never re-signed. He was never signed this year, by the way.
What's that?
He was never signed this year.
His injury. That'll be an off-season discussion for us because I am curious how Bakhtiari's contract affects Gutekunst's thinking going forward. When you look at a guy like Christian Watson, is he going to see what happened with Bakhtiari and be like, I'm not chancing it?
Yeah, As a we're gonna have lots of off-season topics for tonight. You're fucking mourn this loss. Could keep drinking beers, and
Dude, I'm pissed.
we have 8 months. We have 7 months to go until we watch another meaningful Packer game again. 7
Dude,
months.
I'm just to me, I don't know, man. I feel different about this loss than any of the losses that we've seen in the LaFleur era. I mean, we look
So,
back.
well, hey, we've lost. So the team's better than us this year. The NFC team's better than us. There's only been three. There's only been three teams better than us: Detroit, Minnesota, and Eagles. What's our record against them? 0-2 against Detroit, 0-2 against Minnesota, and 0-2 against Philadelphia. We are. I think what pisses me off, like what gets me most pissed, is Green Bay's been consistently good. We're consistently good, and we make the playoffs every year. Detroit was pretty good last year, right? They're like they were good.
They made the NFC Championship
Yeah,
last year.
but Philly lost 6 of the last 7 last year, and like they sucked. Minnesota was not good last year, and they were projected to be one of the worst teams in the league. What pisses me off is these teams are like dog shit for like 1 or 2 years, and then what makes me mad is like when they just get so good that they just get better than Green Bay. Like they just jump in talent ahead of Green Bay because we're fucking stagnant. Like we're here. And like Detroit, Minnesota, and Philly, sometimes like 1 or 2 years they're here and like it's okay. But we don't win Super Bowls here though. Like we don't jump up. We just stay here. We stay fucking here.
Yeah. Well,
And
bro,
then
bro,
and then they
like
jump up here. And then like we're forever stuck here as a fucking wild card team, as a divisional playoff team. We don't ever jump up. We don't get
dude,
worse.
so
We
so
don't
we
get
were
top
talking
10
about
picks. We don't.
it earlier. We were talking about it earlier, and how some of the sportscasters um, singled out Pittsburgh as like, all right, you got Mike Tomlin, who's literally never had a losing season. You cannot argue that this is a Hall of Fame head coach, but at the same time, that the fact that he's always able to get more out of less and always push his team into the playoffs, even if they have inferior talent, that means that they've missed out on that elite quarterback. Ever since Ben Roethlisberger retired, they've been struggling for a quarterback. And I feel like people overlook Green Bay because, like, we had Rodgers, and then we got Love, and Love's first year, by the end of the year, he was playing super well. So people like overlook Green Bay, like, oh, they got the quarterback, they can do it. Well, even if you have the quarterback, I don't care who you are, man. Like, you need a team around you. You need a team around you. And we're just constantly stuck in that, like, we're a playoff team, and we hope we get lucky. We hope that someone just turns it on like Aaron Rodgers did in 2010, which, like, dude, to be frank, you go back and watch those games, there's one of the all-time fucking runs. Like, the level that Aaron Rodgers played at in the 2010 playoffs. Now, granted, he didn't play great in the NFC Championship game against Chicago. That was the defense that won that.
No, yeah. That was like BJ Raji and
Yeah,
that was like Sam Shields and
yeah.
yeah.
But dude, I mean, how he played against Atlanta and Philly, um, it was just like we just had this, a young guy who, like, like, if you look at the stats for the 2010 season, he wasn't like a fucking MVP baller. He just elevated in the playoffs, and same for the Super Bowl. He was Super Bowl MVP. Had an awesome game. Uh, Um, And it's like our organization just fucking hopes. They're like, oh, let's get to the playoffs and, maybe some guy will just catch fire. I think that's a terrible philosophy.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would agree with you on that. Hey, now that we now that we have lost now, it would technically open us up for all these playoff candidates who are available, but I guarantee we won't do anything. We're gonna stick to the Florida
Yeah, no,
City.
I mean, I've been talking shit about Matt LaFleur all night. I I 100% know Green Bay will not fire him. That is not the Green Bay way. They will be
We
content to just keep cashing in these playoff tickets and
we
oh yeah,
also
we sell jerseys.
we also had Robert Saleh on the sidelines for the first time this year. Like he was actually like on the Green Bay sideline. He traveled with the team. He was on the sideline tonight.
That's
But
interesting. I didn't know that.
yeah, I was gonna say
I mean, defense played pretty good tonight.
yeah, I was gonna say it early in the game, and I forgot, but he traveled with the team. He was on the sidelines. He did not wear Green Bay gear, but he was in street clothes. But he was on the Green Bay sideline in this game. I saw. I am hearing that he is the front runner to return to San Francisco as their new defensive coordinator, though, which makes
That
sense.
makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Um,
Um, man, looking forward. We got another off season, I guess. Guess we'll look at the free agents who are available. We'll look at the draft. I guess I can start on some fucking draft prep soon. Maybe this year.
dude, I'm sorry. I'm gonna interrupt you here. I'm gonna interrupt you because I really I said it a little bit ago, and I'll say it again. This loss feels different to me. I wanna look at the LaFleur era here, and maybe we'll do a deeper podcast on this sometime. But just the quick overlook. He comes in 2019 and totally unexpected success. We have a run to the NFC Championship game, and it's like, hell yeah, this dude was just what we needed. We're on fire. We get absolutely blown off the field in the NFC Championship game against the Niners. Probably one of the worst playoff losses we've ever had, to be honest. But I think we were forgiving of it because no one expected us to get there. So we let it slide, even though it really was one of the worst losses we've ever had in the playoffs.
Mhm.
Just really embarrassing the way we got ran over. 2020, um, Rodgers has this renaissance season. We have an elite offense, and it's like, all right, man, this is what LaFleur was all about. The illusion of complexity offense. This is what we hired him for. Rodgers has an MVP year. We get to the NFC Championship game, and we have a narrow loss to Tampa Bay and Tom Brady. Uh, that was probably our best Super Bowl chance. We probably should have won that game. You can argue that Matt LaFleur's head coaching decisions in that game may have led to the loss, but whatever. I'll cut him some slack. It was a tight game. 2021, Rodgers has another MVP year. All year long, we have a consistent, obvious special teams problem that any layman fan can identify. LaFleur refuses to do anything about it. All year long, we're calling out, yo, this is going to cost us eventually.
Dude,
What do you know? What
I
do
would
you
have
know? We get to the playoffs against San Francisco, and a blocked field goal for a touchdown is the fucking difference. So we lose in the divisional. 2022.
time out real quick and then go on. Let me just throw this up. Would you have traded a day one or day two pick for like a bona fide field goal kicker that year?
2020?
Like the year that we had the special teams issues with the kicking
Oh,
and everything.
I don't even think Crosby was the big issue that year, man. It was our blocking unit. Like we had so many field goals that were blocked, and I don't put that on Crosby. And like you look at the playoff game, it was a blocked punt that was the big thing. It was dude, it was our coaching couldn't fucking get the team to block properly. Maurice Drayton, and we called it out all year long. It's like, like this is a consistent problem that we cannot block on any of our special teams units, and it came to bite us in the ass. I think Crosby was still playing at a respectable level then. But then you get to 2022, Rodgers really starts to decline then. Some people might argue it was because of the injuries, they broke the thumb or whatever in week 5. But the fact is, from 22 onward, he never has played at an elite level again. He might have just hit the age wall. But regardless, we get to the final game of the year against Detroit at home, and we got a chance to go to the playoffs, and we fucking shit the bed and lose it. 2023, Jordan Love comes in. Low expectations. It's a rebuilding year. First half of the year is just real dog shit. Offense looks terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I remember there were people calling for Sean Clifford to start. I never agreed with that. I thought that was ridiculous bullshit.
No.
But Jordan Love did not look good in the first half of the year. But he turns it around. Whole team rallies around him. We get into the playoffs by the skin of our teeth. It was a play-in game. Week 18. It's winning in, and we did it. And then we just unexpected, like no one expected us to beat Dallas, and we blow them out. And then we play San Francisco pretty well. And it's like literally, like you look at LaFleur's entire tenure, and I feel like all the positive vibes are coming from the low expectations of last year, and we happened to get hot in the playoffs. And now you come back to this year, frankly, it's a regression, one and done in the playoffs. Offense was the issue. And that is 6 seasons of Matt LaFleur. And how long are you going to go around that merry-go-round expecting something to be different? That to me, I look at that as 1 in 6 seasons where it is a positive coaching impact.
Let me ask you this. Like, in addition to LaFleur and your take on him, is Jordan Love our guy?
So like I was saying earlier, I think last year he showed that he can be the guy.
He had 3 picks today, Cody. He was.
So this is the thing about Love. This is the thing about Love.
He did not make us better today. He was not a reason. Like, Rodgers would not have thrown 3 picks against Philly in a wildcard game.
No.
He's a reason we lost.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say Jordan Love was the reason we lost. He certainly contributed to it, but so when I look at Love, I see a guy that you can say the majority of his career, he has not been like the difference-making factor of like, oh, he's going to put the team on his back and win. And I think that's fair to say. And I think I don't blame people for looking at the majority of his career and questioning if he's the guy. But the way I look at it is the money we've invested in him, we kind of have to roll with him for the next couple years at least. And I choose to be optimistic based on what he showed the second half of last year. What he showed, like there's no denying the way he played was an MVP level. Like he's capable of it. He just needs the right environment. I don't want the expectation to be that he has to play that level, but like the skills he showed, I don't want to give up on Love yet. I think he's worth building around, especially since we're already invested.
I can see that. Yeah.
I mean, what do you think?
Man, a year ago, 1 year ago, I'd be like, yeah, man, we fucking found our guy, and we like struck gold. And like it's like 3 years in a row. And then like this year, I was expecting like there is no reason that he should have even had the same season or a decrease season, like whatsoever. We theoretically improved in the running back department with Jacob, so he had a better running game. You could maybe make an argument that the offensive line got a little bit worse, maybe, but the receivers had another year to like get acclimated in the same system. And
Yeah,
like,
I think every one of our receivers regressed.
yeah, I can't. The only
Whoever
the
our receiver
receiver,
coach right now, he should be fired.
the only receiver I felt like maybe you could make an argument that was like stood out as like important a little bit better is Christian Watson, but that's only because he was healthy. It's only because he had a healthier year. But he only had 29 receptions. He only had 29 catches this year for like,
That's wild.
yeah. It's not like he had this massive impact on us. But when
Dude,
he
like
did,
literally, like if you're talking about an elite number one receiver in the league, they're expected to put up like 120 catches.
yeah,
So Christian Watson put up a fourth
that's
of what we're
yeah,
looking
it's
for.
not like he's not that guy. And I'm just thinking, I was like, he had another year in the system, a whole nother year. Like, he didn't get so drastically worse that I was like, oh, holy shit, like dog shit. But he didn't improve in any way. In fact, he would probably regress a little bit more than he improved. So I don't know. I'm kind of like stuck in this. Like he's good. Like he's good. He's a good quarterback, but he's not a great quarterback. But yet he's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. So I I I, I think I just have an issue with how much he's being paid versus like how good he's proven out there. We like kudos to him. Like kudos to him. I would do the same. I would do the same thing if I was him. He turned like 6 or 7 great games, like a great stretch, into a $60 million contract a year for
Yeah.
like 5 years.
I mean, I'll say this much. So him and Trevor Lawrence got essentially the same contract. And Trevor Lawrence,
Trevor Lawrence was #1 overall pick.
yeah, Trevor Lawrence was a number one overall pick, and he just got Brian Thomas Jr. as his first round receiver this year, who has already proven to be probably one of the top 5 receivers in the league in his rookie year. Just absolutely balled out, even when Lawrence was hurt and Mac Jones was throwing him the ball, and no one else on that offense was a threat. Brian Thomas Jr. was still putting up numbers. So he's got him. He had Christian Kirk at least for half the year until he got hurt. Got Evan Ingram, Travis Etienne. Trevor Lawrence has got weapons. And I will say I think Love has looked better than him. And to give a great example, Josh Allen. Josh Allen's first 2 years in the league, dude, he looked wild. He looks like Will Levis. Just like any given play, like you're like, what kind of batshit crazy stuff is this guy gonna do to turn the ball over? And as soon as they brought in Stephon Diggs, it started to stabilize the game and make him more protective with the ball, smarter with his decisions. I think for the sake, like, I don't think we have a number one receiver right now, but put that aside. I think for the sake of Jordan Love's development, put extra value on it in that regard. We've got this big investment in Jordan Love. We need a number one receiver, and we don't have it right now.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree that we do not have a go-to guy. Now, I think we should keep our receiving core like as intact as we can. Like we're gonna have to get rid of like at least one of them, which is probably gonna be Dobbs for me at this point. But like I'm cool with keeping Watson, I'm cool with keeping Reed, but we'll let Wicks develop over another couple years. But like get rid of like Dobbs and like bring in like a legit number one. But I don't think that we're gonna be able to get a number one at this point. Like T. Higgins will be the best bet, and there's a chance that he goes back to Cleveland or Cincy based on the most recent.
I mean, like honestly, me personally, I would prefer to try to trade for a guy because I think there's a better market.
Tyreek.
I would try to go for someone younger. I'd be targeting like a Garrett Wilson or maybe a DK Metcalf. But realistically, Gutekunst probably doesn't want to trade. But I think he's going to see what happened in this game. And it would not surprise me if we go hard in the paint for T. Higgins and just say, you know what? You're not the best wide receiver in the league. You're probably not even top 15. Well, maybe top 15. You're certainly not top 10. But I could see Gutekunst saying, we're just going to pay you as the highest paid guy. You're a free agent. We want you to come to Green Bay. We're going to give you the money.
30 million, probably 30 or 32 million a year.
I mean, that's the going rate. It's going the rate. I don't love it. T. Higgins has he's never had a really dominant statistical season, but he's always, it's a double-edged sword. You can say he's been limited by Jamar Chase, but you can also say he's been opened up by Jamar Chase. It's a gamble. It's a gamble, and it's an ironic gamble because so many fans who were pissed about us picking Jordan Love were like, oh, we should have taken T. Higgins instead. He would have pushed us over the top. Well, Gutekunst has a chance to rectify that. He could go out and pay big money to get T. Higgins, and, I think if T. Higgins came in, he would be our on-question number one.
I think Green Bay is relying way too much on like the Houston Texans formula of like Nico Collins, who was like not that great his first couple years, and then like broke out and was just like this superstar receiver. I don't see any of our receivers being a Nico Collins.
I wanted Nico Collins in that draft. Actually, I liked him. I think he was like a third rounder too.
Same, he was. Yep. All right, man.
All right, brother. I gotta go to eat dinner. So let's give our closing thoughts on this season.
We lost. I think at the moment we have I think we have the 24th overall pick in the draft.
So it's not far off of where we picked last year.
26 last year, yeah.
And frankly, what we found last year was, I was a big advocate of it during the draft, and even more so in retrospect. I think you need to be willing to push up to go get your guy. Even if you got to move up, 7, 8, 9 picks or whatever to get someone who's a real difference maker. I see too many bust draft picks to think that they're as valuable as our organization seems to think they are.
We've had a fairly successful rate of doing that under Goot in the first round. So like the ones that jump out to me is Jair, obviously. Like we jumped up to get Jair, and that one worked out pretty good. We also jumped up to get Rashawn. I think we jumped up to get Rashawn. No, I think we said Pat for Rashawn. We jumped up to get Jair. That worked out pretty good. We jumped up to get Jordan, and that one's been okay-ish.
Yeah, we jumped up for Darnell Savage. Which, he probably wasn't worth moving up, but he was a starter for us for his entire rookie contract. And honestly, like that, when you look at what we're getting out of our recent first round picks, Darnell Savage is a plus. It sucks to say that, but Darnell Savage is a plus because fucking Lucas Van Ness, Eric Stokes, they're not cutting it. Jordan Morgan, I'll give you a wash on your rookie year. You better fucking turn it on next year.
We can't grade Jordan Morgan yet. Like, we just can't say anything about him yet. But Stokes and he said Stokes and even like Devontae Wyatt to a point has not.
Yeah, Wyatt, Walker.
Quay was the first linebacker taken in that draft.
Yeah.
What year was he drafted? Like 2002?
2002? He's not that old.
No, like what was that the draft he was taken in was 2002?
22, you mean?
2022, my bad.
Yep.
That was the draft he was taken in?
Yes, I think so. I know Devin Lloyd went after him, and Lloyd was largely viewed as the best linebacker, and I think he's had a pretty solid career in Jacksonville. What?
Yeah, Devin Lloyd did go that year. It actually was not a great year for linebackers in that draft. I'm like kind of looking at him right now. Jacoby Dean was like the fifth linebacker taken in the third round that year. Yeah, there's like no like Pro Bowl linebackers that was even in that draft that year.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You gotta. I think that's why you gotta judge players on a multi-year basis. Don't just look at who's the best in that draft. Compare them to like the last 3 drafts and where would you take them in that range. But we're getting into off-season talk at this point, so I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna give an honorable game ball for the overall season. On offense, I gotta go with Josh Jacobs. I don't even think it's an argument. Dude was our heart and soul. Ran as hard as I've seen a running back run since Amon Green. Loved watching him. Hope he can keep it up next year. Really sad he didn't get his first playoff win.
I agree.
On defense, defense is actually a little more interesting now that I think about it, because like Xavier McKinney seems like the obvious choice, but I feel like so much of his impact was actually early in the year, and then he didn't have, but he certainly had an impact in terms of like game planning, but impact plays he had far fewer in the second half of the year. So just in the spirit of optimism for the future, I'm gonna give it to Edgerrin Cooper, man. The guy got better every game, and just looks like he could be a superstar.
He stood out the entire draft class. So
yeah, I'm excited to see how Edgerrin Cooper grows. And then special teams, fuck man, Brandon McManus. Yeah, he missed the field goal today. A short field goal that sucked ass. But for most of the year, he gave us a stabilizing presence that, like, we directly lost games early in the year because we didn't have a stable kicker.
Also an off-season talk, but actually real quick, this dude might want to be the highest paid kicker in the league next year. Are you going to give it to him?
Well, he just missed the short kick in the playoffs, so no.
Would you let him walk to another team and go back to the drawing board for kickers next year?
It would depend on my options. I would consider trading for another team's kicker.
It's hard to do. How often do you see kickers traded? Almost never.
Yeah, it's not frequent,
Teams don't
but I
fucking
don't know.
trade it.
That's
When you
this,
when you
this is
find a
this is
good
an
kicker,
off-season
teams don't
discussion.
trade it.
This is a deep discussion we could have.
All right, I will let you go then.
Well, do you want to give your honorable season game balls?
Offense, I'm gonna give it to Josh Jacobs. Transform the offense. I like being a power running team. Brings me back to the Amon Green days in the early 2000s when we had Barf.
Dude, it's wild when you think about it. This one dude, like he was dealing with the same
I mean,
offensive line,
it's
same
kind of
offensive
close
line as
with
Aaron Jones. He literally changed the identity of the entire team.
we kind of had that with Eddie Lacy for like a 2 year stretch too, but yeah. Defense, man, it's a really cool to get hyped about Edge Cooper and his like potential, but like for like a year long, like season long thing, we're gonna give it to X. I mean, he's just kind of like think about our safeties last year compared to this year, like night and day, and it's all because of X really. So
Yep.
I got like it's non-Packer players is like what I'm giving it to, like our free agent signings, and then kicker, I'm gonna give it to McManus, like how
So we
that's
got
like the
three
easiest
free
one.
agents.
Yeah, maybe that's a telltale sign. Like maybe we should like be a little bit more aggressive in free agency going forward. So um, I mean, if I hit and if you like put a gun to my head and you force me to pick like homegrown talent, offense it would be Tucker Craft.
Hmm.
Defense would be shit. Defense it would be Kayshawn Nixon. I like the way like I would have never expected him to be a solid contributor on defense,
He's
like
not
at all.
technically homegrown talent. Sign him from the Raiders.
But we re-signed him after a while. All right,
Yeah,
if you want to
yeah.
go
No,
homegrown
he's a
talent,
guy who he grew with us. Yeah.
if you want homegrown talent, I would do probably Carrington Valentine, I guess.
Dude, Valentine started coming on pretty strong at
Yeah.
the end of the season.
And
I still don't
then
know how I feel about him as a starter. If he's a number
yeah,
three, I feel very good about that.
and then there's like I don't know if you're gonna do special teams with homegrown talent. I'm probably going with our punter, man. Like
Dude, yeah,
solid too.
I think our punter had a really good year, but no one gets excited about a punter having a good year.
That's it, man. Inspector season they're at, man. We'll see you probably in a couple months for pre like a off season podcast about free agents and looking ahead and like potential um draft prospects. And I'm sure we will do a draft podcast like we always do. I'll probably be canceling the Zoom subscription for like a few months, and then I'll just reactivate it when we not need it. So
Yeah, no, I'm sure we'll figure out some good off-season podcasts, but I suspect we'll certainly wait until after the Super Bowl, since nothing much is going to happen until then.
who since we won't do a podcast until probably after the Super Bowl, who do you got winning it this year? No. No. Because it's not true.
So I actually think Philly will make the Super
I
Bowl.
do.
If not them, then Detroit.
Same. I actually think Philly will make it to the Super Bowl, I think.
In the AFC, I think it's either going to be Buffalo or Baltimore.
I think it'll
And
be I think it'll be Baltimore for me. I think it's gonna be Philly and Baltimore.
I think regardless of which one makes it, I think AFC wins this year.
Do you? I think Lamar's played so good this year. It's going to be really hard to beat that Ravens team, and they also had Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
And don't sleep on their defense. Their defense is so good, man. Like they
Well,
got
that's the thing. Yeah, their defense, like a lot of their losses came earlier in the year when their defense was still growing. But I've seen some statistics of like after week 10 or whatever, they actually have one of the top defenses in the league.
they're so good. They got Marlon Humphrey. They got Kyle Hamilton. They have
Mm-hmm.
Roquan Smith. They got that Medubuike.
Yeah.
Yep, on defensive line. Like they got talent at all three levels. They're a good team.
And dude, it just you look at that, and I mentioned it multiple times throughout this game, but like really, like when you have a quarterback who's a legit RPO threat, and you look at a combo like Jackson and Derrick Henry, what do you defend? And when your defense, like
It's so hard to. You just can't defend everything. I just don't think you can. So
I
that
mean,
will be
Jackson when he's healthy, supreme talent. That's been the big knock on his career so far. He hasn't been able to last a full season
well, he's
into the
healthy now.
playoffs.
He's healthy now, and like he's got Zay Flowers hurt, but he should be back potentially next week. If not, then
Got
I'm sure he'll
Mark
probably play
Andrews
next week.
and Isaiah Likely.
Yep. You got Rashad Bateman, who's pretty good. I mean, if you like when you look at Green Bay's roster with like young receivers, and they're like, oh, they're so young, they're gonna grow and they're gonna be great. I always think about like Baltimore's receivers though. I just do. And then I think about like they don't have a wide receiver one. They don't have a stud go-to guy. They don't need to because their quarterback is so fucking good. They just need
Well,
a good
and
running back.
honestly, though, I think that could be as good as Baltimore is. I always have a little bit of hesitation that, like, I don't know if Baltimore and Buffalo get in a shootout. I think I have a little more faith that Josh Allen is the better passer. And like just watching the fucking game today against the Broncos in that fourth down shot that he just arced on a dime to Ty Chandler for a touchdown. Like literally every Buffalo game I've seen this season. I haven't watched every one, but I've seen a decent amount of them because I'm in Buffalo, so they're on TV all the time. Every time I watch this cat, he's just fucking putting out a pass that I'm like, that is a Hall of Fame pass right there. This guy's arm talent is off the charts. And so if it comes down to a shootout between him and Lamar Jackson, I know Lamar's put up the better stats this year and Lamar is the better scrambler. But I think I kind of lean toward Josh Allen.
Hey, Cody. We only had one touchdown drive all night tonight.
All right, brother. I'm heading out now. Okay. I need to go drink more alcohol. I need to eat my fucking dinner. We're gonna have a long off season of commiserating. And that's the Green Bay Packer life. You know, that's dude, until we sign our Reggie White, our Charles Woodson, I don't see what's gonna be different.
There isn't one in this draft, in this raging pool, by the way. Just want to let you know that. There isn't one.
It's a different league now. I feel like trades are a much bigger factor than they used to be.
I'm telling you, like trade for TJ Watt.
Let's leave it on that. That's a nice little nugget to take in as we think about the coming off season because at the end of the day at the end of the day this season was not good enough. I don't want to harp on the negativity too much, but we saw that game. We saw the game. We were outclassed.
Washington Commanders could score a touchdown drive on their first drive of the season of playoffs. That's cool. Just throwing that
Dude,
out.
that's actually a scary thought, though. That like you bring up a team like the Commanders. This NFC conference, it's only getting harder.
It's what I've said. It's what I said like an hour ago, like when we first started talking about like we we're here for 20 years. For 20 years we've been here. Other teams are here, like the Commanders, like all these other teams, and they just get good and they jump us while we stay here. We're like middle of the pack for like the last 20 years. We're above average for the last 20 years. And it's because we're always good enough to stay in the playoff hunt, but we're not good enough. But like we don't have bad enough seasons where like we just suck ass because of like injuries. Like I'm pretty sure like Philly got Jalen Carter that year because they just sucked ass because they had a bunch of injuries. So they like suck. And then they get Jalen Carter, who's like a generational talent. And they just add him to this team who was already good, but they just had a bad year because of injuries. And now all of a sudden they're just like a Super Bowl talent. Like
Well,
that
hey,
shit just like happens
look at it
constantly.
like this. Look at it like this. For as long as we've kind of maintained that plateau of like, all right, we're gonna make the playoffs and see what happens. It's really kind of dating back to, I think Ron Wolf was aggressive in trying to get that first Super Bowl, and we'll say it started after that, where we started getting complacent. So, let's call that 17 years or whatever. In the past 17 years, has this division ever actually been this competitive? No, man. So maybe it's a silver lining, a blessing in disguise that Detroit and Minnesota are playing this well, and that Chicago, they have some tools where they could potentially start getting good. Like maybe this is the catalyst that this organization needs. And we do have new leadership coming in this year. Mark Murphy retires this summer. So we have a new president of the organization taking over. And, maybe he looks at the landscape and says, hey, it's time for a change. We need to get more aggressive.
There is
Unprecedented times in this division.
there is also a chance that we are on the precipice of Detroit staying as good as they are.
Listen, you
Minnesota staying as
shut
good as
your
they are.
fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Okay, I'm gonna go eat dinner before you spew out that vile thought. All right?
Okay.
All right? Ed policy is gonna change things.
Just done.
It's
We
a
could be the
competitive
worst.
division, and
We could be
we're
the
about
worst
to
team in the
switch
division
things
for the
up to
next
get
10
more
years.
aggressive.
We could be the worst team in the division for the
No,
next years.
no,
All right.
no.
Well, enjoy your dinner. I will talk to you later. Go Pack Go. I'll see you in a few months. Like on
Well,
air.
yeah. Well, maybe we'll do some context gaming shit before then. But
Yeah. Hey, I just started a new co-op game that maybe we should do soon.
we'll talk about it later, homie. I'm starving.